fine. Gives me time to
I'm seeing something.
It gives me time to enjoy my food anyway while
I'm
you
even
enjoy
hearing
technology.
Double. Yeah, it works. This works. It's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah. Now you have to make sure you inform people that they know where that content's being delivered to their eyeballs.
Yeah, and see now, the beautiful thing is that because this is part of streamed directly to YouTube, whatever we do now is part of the recording. So people will know what sort of a technological hurdle we had to go through to bring this to them.
Give me a few sentences, Sheep, so I can see our volume balancing. I didn't hear you at all in the stream. It's a good thing I checked that.
I think we did that once. That was like a game of like the guild where it was just Jonas's voice or something, and I was just gone.
I can see things moving, so that probably means that people can hear me, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I still can't load the... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I stopped the stream.
Okay. Oh.
Alright, sound test balancing, volume doohickeys. Give me a few sentences, Sheep.
Right, sound test. Yay, I love audio because I don't. Yes. Is that enough? No? Okay.
I deafened myself through Discord so I could listen to it properly. I mean, you could be louder, but it's fine otherwise.
I'll probably get louder as we progress, or quieter. Who knows?
Okay.
I don't.
Oh, so okay. Well.
Well, that's helpful.
Well, I suppose that's all handled. Look at that.
I mean, good thing is that all our audio testing is going to be edited out later.
I think Jonas says that we're like this channel doesn't do editing because we deliver the raw stuff to people so they can see how it really is. It's like,
yeah,
that's definitely the reason though. It's on principle. It's not edited. So not because we don't want to. It would take forever.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like a service really.
All right, everyone. Welcome to session 41, I think this is.
Maybe.
41,
yeah.
Wow.
Could be.
Could be. Who knows?
I mean, I have 44 saves of map tool versions here.
41 was last time. It's and it's 42 this time.
Oh, 42. Yeah.
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 Yeah. And Valky had just uploaded 41 yesterday, it seems like. So you folks may not have caught on a whole lot. Valky is going to be gone. He's in Sweden for a few weeks. Leaves us, the three of us, the triumvirate here, Manikai, Sheep, and I, to wade through some downtime activities here in the hell that is the Serpent Valley, while Veristrix is plotting and scheming on his own.
He's gone underground, so to speak.
Off the grid.
So last time, Valignith introduced a dragon fane to us, a sort of like a hub away from our lairs, the hopes of handling meeting areas instead of bringing folks directly to our lair, having some chats, interacting. Mizure has done step 578 of 764 on her ultimate scheme to ruin everything forever with the Spellscarred Kingdom and the Village of Elm. We have some ideas in mind for how we want to progress involving getting knowledge from Redenseer to help us in our future problems. We have also had the host of Giants, led by Vocord, move to retake the dam, the ruined dam, that has been fought over so damn much over this campaign, and we retaliated by striking at one of their hunting parties of hobgoblins and an ogre. That's about the gist of it. Doesn't have specific nuance.
Also, Verstrix, even though he isn't here this week, or at least Velky isn't, was told that bad things are gonna happen if he messes around with the whole spell plague more. So that was a thing.
That's true. The hag that leads the other hag saw this terrible vision of blue flame. The Spellscarred Kingdom wanted to integrate Veristrix immediately. Veristrix said no, but that's kind of simmering.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. Whoever could have predicted? There might.
Who knew that burning from the inside was a bad thing?
Yeah. Becoming completely alien to this realm. It was a terrible thing. Goals-wise, I'm not looking to change any of what we got or remove any of what we got.
Well, that makes it easy.
I certainly like all the goals we have.
Yeah.
Although, the only fault would be that they are all goals that are fairly long-term. We rarely make goals to do something like 1 or 2 sessions.
I mean, well, we're longer-reaching dragons.
Yeah.
We had shorter-term goals whenever we were earlier in the campaign.
It makes sense.
We have Burning Down Elm, orchestrating an open conflict between Elm and the Spellscarred Kingdom, which is almost there. Discovering the plans of the Southern Giants, establishing a trade connection with Thunderhome, accessing the knowledge of Redenseer, and I forget the exact wording, delaying Vokord's
Delaying
post.
Volcourt's expedition
season.
until spring.
Okay.
Yes. So depending on downtime to get through, that could be soon. You know.
Alright. Did you want to do something involving the heroes?
Yes. Let us do the heroes first and foremost. They have been doing their thing for a bit, and we took some downtime last time, so let's do them. So we have 3 groups. We'll have to move on. I suppose I'll roll for one of them.
All right.
That'd be like a first. I feel like
It should be Jin's group, the most fucking obnoxious,
sure, I can
fucking asshole group.
Jin. Just
The
things
DM
are working
rolling
out
for
for you.
NPCs? What is this?
I know, it's kind of
I
crazy.
know.
Now it'll be my fault when I roll incredibly well, instead of your fault, and you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
That's what you tell yourself when you roll.
It was the Hell group that did so extremely well last time.
Oh, yes, they did good. Yeah, well, I mean, we have 2 opposing hero teams right now. We have Hell, and we have Hell trying to kill kobolds.
Oh, that's
and we
right. I
have,
forgot
and
about
we have
that.
Snoop trying to recruit kobolds. So if you guys do one of those each, then I'll see how much Jin helps the
Sure.
Thayan exiles.
I should do Snoot's team, and then Sheep should do Hell's team.
All right.
I also just realized something. The stream is gonna hear a very annoying Discord notification every time I mute myself on Discord. So enjoy that stream.
Why do you have? Okay, you can just turn that off.
How? No, I don't want to. I get confused and forget if I muted myself or not. This is important to me.
Okay. All right, sure. You know
it's
what?
a feature.
You get a little view into Sheep's muting habits.
Yeah. They are terrible. Just don't.
I imagine this to sound like doo 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 at any moment he's not speaking.
Now he's gonna be self-conscious. It's gonna be great.
I'm always self-conscious.
So let's see Snoot first, the pro kobold recruit. Well, I guess both will probably end up with a lot of dead kobolds.
Right.
If they
You want me to roll
send
a D10? Was it
a D20 to see how well they do first.
D20?
This
15.
is a pretty easy goal. Oh yeah, that does it. Then we do a D4.
Okay.
The outcome of their success.
1.
1. Yes, they have accomplished a bit enough to acquire an upgrade of items or some such. But let's see what the others do, because I feel like they're opposed here. So they're like. Let's see. Sheep, would you give me a D20 roll, please?
I can.
Not all hero parties are created equal either.
It's true. One has a lot of support behind it.
That's who. Could you give me a D4?
Sure. Also, I found a button in Discord that said streamer mode, so now I'm officially a streamer.
All right.
4.
Impact. See, that was what I was looking for. Impact means the heroes deal a strong blow against their foe. So I think what that means is that the kobolds of the Mud Hills meet hell, and they don't have a good time of it. They don't have a good time of it at all.
I mean, I would have been surprised if they did.
They killed
If they had a good time of it.
It's like the Hell Rider kobolds. Oh, I want those now, damn it.
Recruited. Okay. Which means that so Snoot didn't get to do what he did. He found instead. Mhm. He found the kobolds to be dead and unrecruitable. They were killed as he got there. What he did find was some token, perhaps a magic item or remains of some treasure the kobolds had. Maybe he rescued a couple of them, but hell won this fight. They're snowballing at this point.
And so, Snoot, you should maybe exact vengeance against the forces of hell instead of.
He'll be on the list. His book of grudges.
Oh no!
That's one hell of a book. Valigneth, the entirety of hell.
Uh-huh. Now, if he waits long enough, anyway, oh my, look at that.
Yeah,
okay.
no effort wasted. He just gotta wait, and then everyone is in the same spot.
Yeah, let's see. That's Jin doing fantastically. Let's see.
Of fucking course he is.
What else you? Oh my, impact. Okay, that's a lot of impact this time. It's not the most likely outcome, but okay. So that basically means that he is helping the Thans, and he accomplished something grand. I think. Given what currently is, that probably will be told to Vilignith and Imizure, though none of them are really close enough to where that's going to happen, that they have an impact, but they'll be informed that there was a wizard in the valley, which might have freaked out Tolraxos back when, but he's not here either. Speaking to the robe sort of figures moving about the ruins, the wizard spent a day there, looking around the tombs, even going so far as to inspecting the outside of the broken tomb, doing some sort of ritual to identify things about it, and reporting back to the people who thanked him much for it. With a dashing smile, he left feeling amazing because he now had, friends in both camps, so to speak.
Right. He's playing the double cross angle.
Yes. The Thans like him, and the Than exiles also like him. A bright future for Jin.
What will he do with this privilege? We'll never know.
Yes, because that's the next question, right? Usually we resolve this and then we don't give them a job until next time. But I think, given that we're probably going to do some downtime, I think we should roll to see what they get up to next.
All right.
And that is indeed a D10.
Okay.
So much hero success. We haven't failed these heroes in a long time, I guess.
Well, Snoot, wouldn't really call Snoot what Snoot did was a grand success.
haven't rolled failures and become alcoholics or something.
Let's see. Snoot's group has a 1 on the 1d10.
A 1 on the 1d10. Well, they are relocating from Elm.
I can't blame them. Like, hell has this. We're leaving.
And going to be adventurers of Redenseer instead.
Oh no!
As a thriving community of adventurers out of a large tavern made from a flipped, sort of the hull of a flipped over boat, a giant boat that was pulled inland at some point.
Yep.
There's a tavern in there, and lots of adventurers who are very angry at the temple because they want free information about tunnels and old sites and stuff. The temple doesn't want to give it to them.
Good times. Like I could see that after like hell like wins in this encounter. Like we're out of
no,
here.
he's like, fuck Elm. This city's stupid.
I know, right?
Yeah, and there's no way to go back to Elm. So he's out of Elm for now. For the future. He's moved to Reden's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's perma out for the time being. All right.
Yeah. Well, he can still travel to other places, but he won't go back to Elm.
Right.
I wouldn't either.
There's a lot of shit happening there right now.
All right. Well, let's see what one of the other people are to then. You made D10
for the forces of hell, like riding high off of their amazing
what are we doing now? We are
a 6. Of course, it would be hell that rolls a 6.
Hunting were-rats.
What did you take that back?
Hunting were-rats in the southern hills. Job for Elm. Because they have had rumors of were-rats, and even some that are said to infiltrate the city, and so a bounty has been put out. If you can find them and like show that they're were-rats, and prove that these things exist, and maybe even get to the bottom of getting rid of them, then there's a lot of money in it for you. All right, and given Hell's current success rate, see here, 7.
What will Jin do with all of his money?
Oh, Jin. Oh, well,
Lucky 7 for Jin, of course.
Yes. Okay, well, that's interesting. Jin has decided to destroy the cultist camp. He's had him with these spell god assholes. He's gonna get him.
All right.
Strike against the spell scarred camp. Jin looks upon his deeds, and sees that, he can as a god of this world, he has to oppose what is not of it. I suppose. Yeah, so him and his group is going to go and strike out at this plague camp.
As adventurers, and considering how like stalwartly the adventurers were arguing for against the cultists, like it makes sense that an adventuring group would be like, "Oh, we must strike them down."
Yes. Oh, I've come back. My mansion in Cormier is doing good. Yes. All the Thayans love me. Well, let's go get rid of some spells.
I can add this to my long list of deeds.
Accomplishments. He already has 2 self-biographies, set out.
It's his autobiography and the sequel.
Yeah.
The things I have done, the things I will do.
Just details his plans for the future. Sharp detail. I will kill a dragon because it is something a hero does.
Yes. And then I will work for both the Thayans and the Thayan exiles. Like, what?
Suckers will need me.
Wow, bold strategy to write that down.
He's dragging Zune with him, too.
Yep.
And Mika, for that matter.
And Mika. Oh, I don't think Mika's
he's the one pushing towards this spell scarred camp situation.
Yeah.
He's been dragged along with the Thayans here. Not too happy about that, but being a spell scarred, she's psionic, so that's certainly out there.
You could be like a Jin's like, all right, fine, we did my things, and we'll go do your thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck it. I hate
all right.
The
Thayan exiles have also left the valley. They're done. Jin helped them solve their problem. They found out something about what they were looking for.
Whatever their master left, and they're done.
Yeah. Now the question is, what they do with that, of course.
They didn't report back to Velen if they promised.
Well,
it's almost like trusting a red dragon.
Or maybe they used divination to know that he wouldn't like what they found.
Well, maybe they should have used divination to know that first impressions are very important and Velen holds grudges.
Yeah, Yeah, he's also not an easy guy to find.
That's their problem.
Yeah, and they chose to resolve that by just not telling you.
That's also their problem.
Thing is, they're not important enough for Dragon to care.
It's about the principle of the thing.
Dragon can choose to care about whatever the dragon wants.
Yeah.
Just spends like all of his time and every coin like hunting
I'll
them
fight
down.
you. Julio.
Wars have been fought over less.
Yeah. We ended last session having retreated back to the Thane momentarily to take a short rest because we had just done the combat. Were you looking to pursue any other like hunting parties, Sheep? After like Veristrix is like, I have some affairs to take care of, and flies away.
Yeah. Closes his eyes, he meditates for a moment, and he looks up and says that he has the dragon equivalent of something in the oven. That he's to take care of.
My hipster planet needs me and takes off, and we're like, what the fuck?
I would not be opposed to striking at more scouts and such. Anything to, well, we have as a goal to delay them. And the most direct way to try that would be to attack whoever we can and try to take them out. We obviously can't attack the entire group, nor do I think we can take out the entire group, even if we only strike out at whoever presents himself. Like, eventually they'll probably just not give us easy targets anymore.
We probably can't do it today, after considering what we just did. We can give it a day and see whether like their hunting forays change, whether the giants go out like with the groups of hobgoblins in a response to our attack.
Yeah. Like other than that, how would you imagine we try to actually slow them down? Would you tell your were-rats to do something, or?
I wouldn't tell my were-rat to do something because there's even if they like turned into like humanoid creatures that were medium sized, they're not influencing giants. Like, they're not. So I wouldn't have my were-rats do anything about it. I think I think in response to their hostility, we prod around and lurk around and see whether their approach changes as a result of us. Because they have the dam, like that's a huge victory point as far as they're concerned, and we don't care anything about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we don't know where they go from there, and we would like to know where they go from there. But we want them to know that we're here. Howdy.
I think they know.
They should not feel welcome. They should not feel welcome or comfortable. No, it's something that definitely warrants our personal attention. So yeah, we'll give it a day. And then Emizure will like take off to the skies and, flying high above, like see how like the camp has responded, especially upon sighting of her. Like what their camp looks like now, the dam.
Yeah, they have gathered more piles of big rocks around the many giants already. Still, it seems that they are sending out foraging groups, but also larger groups, basically consisting of a giant and a bunch of lesser creatures sent out. Presumably, it would seem like to her eyes as scouts, perhaps trying to locate dragon lairs or some such.
That makes sense.
Camp is still on the aggression. They have taken the most important center here. Now they need to root out the enemy, and so they're sending out to investigate various sites in the valley and outside of it.
I mean,
Cool.
I would worry a bit about Veristrix's lair then, because it's conspicuously clear of snow, apparently.
No, I wouldn't worry about it. Especially if he's not going to be emerging for any time soon as he concocts whatever, like, sort of kooky plans he's doing. Nah,
Yeah.
I think so. It makes sense that they've made the groups larger and that they're fanning out. Them finding either your lair or my lair is going to be a real fucking challenge for them.
Yeah.
And maybe they might bump into any other intruding adventure parties along the way. Who knows? Oh shit. Do you want to try and strike at one of the larger scouting groups? A sheep that consists of a hill giant with us too?
I think I would like to. I think we'd have a good chance. Like in the last group we fought, I didn't really expend any resources whatsoever.
Well, we had to jump on them, and it was us 3.
Yeah.
Now they'll have a bit more power, and it's going to be us 2. So they've gotten stronger, and we've not gotten stronger. I'm willing to do it. Just I was curious, how you felt.
I do like fighting things.
I mean, yeah, that pretty much is how you roll. Let's see here. Maybe we can entice them in a different direction, though, by the group we take. If there is a group venturing outside of the valley, as you said, they're sending out like scouting groups in all directions trying to find stuff, then it could be possible that this is assuming a whole lot from giants. Now, hear me out here, sheep. If we strike at one of the a scouting group that's heading north or northeasterly from like the dam, like say sort of like in the direction of over the river, not quite heading towards the plague camps, but sort of like in that vicinity, then maybe in their infinite wisdom as giants, they might think, why are they attacking that group? Go get them. And not think, why are they attacking that group? It's a ruse.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it could even be less subtle. We could, while attacking, make sure one of them gets away and be like, "Oh, don't come this way."
That's right.
And then they'll go that way, and we'll be happy.
Yeah. Reports will get back. Then the divination will be cast, and he'll figure out where to go from there, I'm sure. All right. Malignant enemies are in entirely non-stealthy fashions. We'll go find a scouting group northeasterly of the dam to attack.
Also, considering when the camp was still down here, we always flew like around this way to get to Emmy's lair. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're going out generally along edges, probably presuming that dragons live near like high rises or cliffs or something.
They could not be more wrong, but continue.
I mean, who knows, right?
Who knows?
But yeah, the groups generally seem to be less goblin heavy. You did their hunting parties were very goblin heavy, probably because they can spread out far and like split up and such. While these have goblins, presumably to do foraging while they look. But it doesn't seem like anything below a giant is actually like trusted to really gather any sort of meaningful information.
It makes sense.
The hill giants carry bags of large rocks, presumably for hurling. Then a couple of ogres, and of course goblins swarming everywhere. Seems to be some that is in line for it. And again, they're clearly scouts, probably not meant to they're not assault forces. If they found a dragon there, they probably report back.
And then they would assault that.
Yeah.
All right, no, this works. We
So they
certainly
hit
have
on,
prior experience with ogres and giants.
Sure. I should go to fight.
That way we can spend the first part of this session as sheep to relearn his abilities.
Yeah.
Me
Actually,
too.
that's a good point. Let me open my...
Let's fight. Wait, what can I do?
Just imagine.
I have abilities that I haven't ever used.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good. That's fun. You get to use them.
Right. You have to workshop those abilities right here.
I'll go try to fight these guys before they learn to respect dragons.
That's right. And then when we're both knocked unconscious, then Valky will have a great situation to return to.
Oh God.
As our bodies are hauled off living back to the hierarchy to answer for transgression.
That would be some shit, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yes, it would be.
It'll be the start of Skyrim, but reversed because we're dragons. It'd be really weird.
Say to Raxos is around here somewhere, the north. Right. Yeah, we'll do it. The hills or mountain. cliff edge. I'll put you. I mean, you can approach him from wherever. Map's
Yeah.
not too big, so fine. We'll make it a little bit bigger here. Just got enough room to maneuver. Flying creatures after all. Gonna have that benefit.
That's right. Our dragon privilege.
Yeah. Nice group here. Currently moving north, If you fly, they will of course see you from a distance. They do look up eventually, but it's not actually they're not super perceptive perhaps, so it might not be impossible to try to to fly low and not be spotted on close.
Yeah. Why not?
We can try.
The worst case,
Yeah. Swoop down. 4. That's a 1d20 plus 2 for me. Exciting.
Or stealth.
Slick stealth action. Nice.
How does Velik have better stealth? No, he does not. Never mind.
Okay, you try, you swoop low, but you're spotted. You're definitely spotted. Hilliard drops his rock bag, picks out a couple of big ones, looks up, calls the ogres who also grab big rocks and as they are ready for you when you get in there.
As if there were any doubt. That's been a running theme throughout all 40 plus sessions.
Roll initiative.
That.
You can charge in here with them.
Yeah, go ahead and roll my initiative. Oh my goodness,
my,
I rolled
look
a
at that.
19. What the hell?
Well, Emissary sees them grab their rocks and load their tiny goblin bows, and apparently when they disperse to action.
I've never felt so inspired in my entire life. This is amazing. What a time to be alive. Okay. Go ahead and take my move action. 25 feet in the air, 5 squares. We'll go ahead and... Yeah, we'll land here. My move. Boom. A minor action is going to be to... Because this will help give myself 9 temporary hit points.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that'll be the good shit. And then a standard action. Hill Giant. All right, I got this. Rub my hands together in my head. Reach out a long, sickly strand of green energy towards the Hill Giant. And do a 2 power point augmented lodestone lore attack against the Hill Giant. That has a melee range of 5, which the Hill Giant is certainly within. 33 versus Will.
Oh, damn. Yes, definitely hits.
17 damage to the Hill Giant. It's an augment, too. The Giant is pulled 4 squares and knocked prone, and can only move to squares that are adjacent to me until the end of my next turn.
Boom. It's a thundering crash as the thing is pulled over and knocked down.
Yeah.
The dragons are long, Hill Giants are tall.
Brings it down.
Massive creature. I mean, last time we fought, it was
Yeah.
it was the Earl himself that was here.
And that huge corpulent bastard.
Yeah.
I will.
He was bigger than this one is, but it's still a big monster.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some of that residual feeling of God damn, these things are not.
How dare we fight creatures that are this big?
Yeah.
I will expend my action point. Seems prudent to do so, since I have the Hill Giant prone to me. Because I have spent my action point. I become insubstantial and phasing until the start of my next turn.
Oh my.
So I take half damage from any attack that deals damage to me, and ongoing damage is also halved. And phasing. And I also ignore difficult terrain and can move through things, should I so choose. Now the Hill Giant is prone. I will go ahead and use this action point into a standard action to perform my Living Fortress attack. As I lash out, the rock beneath her feet rises to protect her. It'll be a 31 versus armor class.
That hits, yeah.
Okay, that's
thick hides and such, but
Yeah.
not enough.
Claws through 29 damage.
Slash.
Until the end of the encounter, she and any allies adjacent to her have cover, which she can hit as a minor action at any point. As cover. That will be the end of my turn.
So she's like a translucent, ghostly
rock swirling
Rocks.
around her. Green dragon that pulled a hill giant towards her and knocked it prone.
Yeah, that it certainly gets attention.
That's right. No words from her.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the ogres see it, and they know what they're supposed to do. This guy can't really fit in, though.
Goblins are in the way.
How am I supposed
well.
to grand slam you, bastard?
We'll just stumble over here and throw rock at Valignith.
Rude? No.
Oh, that's okay. It flies far. Well, maybe it doesn't high enough. It like jumps over and rolls across the ground. Hill giant. I mean, that was not what he expected. So probably like a roar of anger. Hill giants usually they're pretty low down on the scale of intelligence. So they respond to a lot of sort of confusion and such, just with anger and aggression. Because they're big and strong, and that's most things are afraid of them, really.
I understand. Me too. Me too.
Yeah. And then he'll bring down a great club.
Oh, I would too. That's not great enough.
That is not great enough. No, not in any way, really. Swinging it down towards maybe like crashing some rocks and like
rocks. The translucent dragon just too hard for the angry creature to hit.
The goblins will
You know what? Missouri is glad for that because those bastards are distracting when they crawl all over you.
And try to shoot Valignith with some arrows.
15? No.
Yeah, they miss you. How about that?
Yeah.
Just hit the bits of the scales, do nothing. Gobliners. This one, though, we'll give the respect to the big guy to not, be in his way. Over here, and we'll try to grand slam.
I will not. I take half damage, which is, 13? 14?
Yeah, 13.
13, and I am knocked prone. Whee! However, I do have an immediate reaction as I'm falling prone. That's right, Train. Go ahead and deduct my hit points first. Yeah, the 93.
The Bane of Dragons, as we all know.
The Bane of Dragons. Persistent Harrier attack against the Ogre. 33 versus armor class.
Yes, definitely.
18 damage to the Ogre, and she teleports here. Putting them in a prime position to try and flank her. Yes.
Turns around confused.
And I actually would have taken half that damage on top of that because...
Insubstantial.
That's right. I'll actually get those hit points back.
Mm-hmm.
And a few of those temporary hit points. Hooray!
All right. Valignith.
Valignith will fly as far as he is allowed to fly. And during that flight, this is a giant. The ancestral enemy of dragons for reasons that he probably himself doesn't know. But
We have a lot of ancestral enemies.
That's probably a good reason for it.
Giant dwarves who are also enemies of each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies, which is how it should be.
Wizards.
He's gonna channel his inner dragoniness and invoke the divine favor that all dragons may receive from the Queen of Dragons if they're good dragons. Valignith is the best of dragons.
Yeah, he's a good dragon.
So until the end of the counter, he gets +2 to attack and damage rolls, and when he's bloodied, he can spend a healing surge.
All right. He is the goodest of dragons.
Bestest dragon. And that'll be his turn. I don't have an action right. Actually, no. You know what?
Okay, well.
While he's flying above, as dragons do, he's gonna put down one of these. Fire breath.
Makes sense.
Is there a reason not to include the ogre?
No, that's a good point.
It just confused me a little bit. Maybe there was.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's
You
better.
zoom in and out. There we go.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, host giant ogre.
+2,
Four
+2.
goblins.
It's a good thing I cleared out of the way.
26, 33, and 37.
Oh no.
That is all hits, because
The
none
poor-
of these guys are super fast.
The poor goblins. No. Area damage. Ah!
17 fire damage, as Velignith is the bestest of dragon, spewing fire as he flies overhead.
Wouldn't that be more damage, or did you already factor that in?
It's already factored in.
Okay, got it.
Fire everywhere. Yeah. Blast down. Scorch, especially the goblins. A lot of them just dying. Other ones like shielding themselves behind the charred bodies of some, scattering like beetles everywhere.
Such is the way of goblins.
These goblins are fantastic. They laugh at the other
Oh,
goblins.
there's more of them. I didn't even see them.
They'll shoot him with Velignith. He's in the air, so.
Yeah, that'll plonk at him.
Aha, you have been
Arrows
defeated.
Maybe while his mouth is open, like some of them get in there. Toothpicks just jabbing him.
Okay.
Missouri.
I am no longer insubstantial and phasing. I must now adhere to the laws of reality. Damn it. Stupid rules. I will go ahead and spend a PowerPoint to mark Hill Giant 1 and Ogre 1. Because,
Mark.
not that I suspect they'll not want to attack me, but in case they don't.
They like attacking dragons. Well,
I-
they shouldn't, but they haven't learned any better.
That's certainly a choice one could make, yeah. I enjoy attacking dragons, yes. I'm going to shift up here. We'll make that, we'll make the ogre work for it a little bit, who knows. Go up here like that. And then I will 2 PowerPoint a knifing wind attack against Hill Giant 1 using my encounter power to slash at the Hill Giant's mine. Oh, howdy.
Oh,
So,
it's a hit.
yeah, that's a hit. So that's going to be both of those dice are maxed out. So that's 6 + 2 + 2. That'll be 30 points of damage by the looks of
Is there a
things.
magic item that gives a bonus die? Crits?
It also says deal an extra 2d6.
Yes, because I have a magic item. I have the penning weapon that deals an extra 2d6 on a critical. So 34 points of damage against the Hill Giant.
Smash. He's bloody for that strike.
And he is
Very
dazed until
knifey
the end of my
winds.
next turn.
Staggering from the dazing winds. Maybe it's like a bellowing of the wings, like a psionic.
Yeah, I think so. It is per the description of the character's Paragon Path, it is a sort of like psionic howl that only she and her enemies that she's fighting can hear. So it just sort of like rips from her body and into the Hill Giant's face and mind.
Mhm. He staggers, twists. Maybe like a scar appears across his face, even though there was no physical sort of strike. And the blood runs down, and he begins to pant. Maybe like slight bit of panic begins to appear in the eye, like just confusion at this. Like the Hillian is not used to this kind of fighting at all.
Yes.
Like a fast foe like this. It's not. Most things run when Hill Giants.
I mean, I would too. That was my move action. That was a standard action. Minor action. I used a minor to bat mark them. I'm good. I'm done.
All right. Well, we got the Zogre here. He can do better. Rock.
He cannot.
He cannot. Okay, well, that's how it goes. You'll have to pick more up rocks. For now, he just gets club. Gonna take a chance to go over here. Giant is dazed. Bloodied.
Sure is.
Yeah. I mean, he'll do what he does, right? Try to bring down the club.
That will not. Yes.
Thundering crack.
Stupid rocks.
Bashing them.
You can't get a good line of sight on the dragon.
He doesn't know how to do better because he's dumb.
That is a hurdle.
The goblins, they'll probably shoot Velignith here.
Yeah.
And then they will move back because they didn't. There was a lot of fire there. So probably like collectively, not as they won't make a decision, right? But it's like they just get behind each other enough that they move that way.
Like
a few of them go that
fish.
way, and then the rest of them go that way.
It's very school official. No one wants to be in the front, you know.
Neither would I.
I mean, Ogre will move here, flank, and use combat advantage too. Nope.
Nope.
Definitely miss.
Overwhelmed by the
really
sudden
not-
appearance of the dragons.
Yeah. And all this like appearance, like they were meant to scout and report back, but now the hill giant is bleeding, and the ogres that doesn't fill them with confidence. So they're too stupid to know what the other feeling they feel is. Ridiculous.
So these goblins think they're safe running away. They're not.
I mean, I would. Like, I got this.
We're just gonna continue on this strafing run. And then from above, how about more fire? He will
Just erupt in flame zone.
I don't want that.
He will send down a flame strike. Basically,
Oh no.
his dragon breath, but like twice as large. So, you know, if they enjoyed the first one, they're gonna love this one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's yes and yes.
Alright, they
Oh,
take
no.
13 fire damage and 9 ongoing save ends.
Oh no. No. These poor swarms of goblins. No.
Fire. And what ongoing?
9 ongoing.
9 ongoing. And I guess some goblins begin to be on fire, and they keep running into the other goblins. I mean, what else? Are they, like, you know, rolling in the snow and like panicking and
Stop, drop, and roll.
begins to like disintegrate as they do, and these get too hurt. Like they're losing, and so some of them begin to desert and like run away, and like one stabs the other one and swears allegiance to the dragon. You know, it's a mess, really. As they're bloody, they lose morale. Taking extra damage from the area force, being swarmed.
Right.
Well, they'll take their fire damage. They burn, and then they will shoot their little arrows.
No.
And move like over here. That's really bad.
Turns out it's very hard to aim if you're on fire.
Oh yeah, terrible.
My bow's on fire.
They
How
say
could this
no.
be?
Oh.
The ones that are on fire are dead, left behind. Missouri.
Okay. Move action. Gonna go ahead and shift here. Keep making that ogre work for it.
Mm-hmm.
Hill Giant is dazed, so I'll have combat advantage. Hooray! We're gonna go ahead and 2 power point a Twisted Eye attack against the dazed Hill Giant 1. That'll be a wow 36 versus armor class, 38 even. It'll be 24 damage because I have beguiling advantage. 24 damage. The Hill Giant will no longer be dazed at the end of this turn, but he will be blinded until the end of my next turn.
Oh no. He doesn't know it. He walks a long line of blinded foes. Yeah, no, I mean, he's sliced, maybe like the blood goes in his eyes, and suddenly, like, I don't think it's like a physical thing. It's more like he just goes blind. Like
He just
his
goes
eyes
blind.
just turn milky white, and he just can't, like, if
Can't
anything,
process.
that's freaky for him.
Yeah,
Like,
just the Green Dragon robs his vision from him. He's been able to rely on his eyesight his entire life.
club goes everywhere.
Yeah. Still don't have anything I need to do with my minor at this. Well, I mean, it's not quite breathing on. Yeah, we'll leave it alone. I'll end this turn.
All right. This guy sees an opening. In
Makes-
and does the grand slam.
Well, with the -2 I apply to attack rolls for my cover, that's a 25 versus armor class, which just misses.
He just thought he had it.
He almost did.
Yeah.
But those rocks, like
He
a
runs
quarter of
in,
those
like-
rocks are out of here.
He thought he
You know,
did
brings
something
it
there,
right
but he did
down.
not.
One of the circling rocks just hits his face, and like he delays just enough for Missouri to just step out of the way as the club comes down, like
Oh yeah.
thumping on the ground.
Yeah, I'll still take half damage. Woo!
Just
And still be
troll
knocked prone.
snort.
Let's see here. So that's 100 minus 10 basically. So I'm at 90 HP, and I will go ahead and mark my prone status. Like so. I have no magic to immediately stand me up this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Hill Giant will just attack. It's sort of what he. Here's the thump. He'll bring it down blindly with -5.
-5. That will not do it.
Oh, he's hard. I don't know. Maybe he's freaked out. He's not delivering what was on the 10. So, yeah. Big club comes down, smashes like somewhere like over here.
Mm-hmm. Phew.
Yeah, so these goblins are disintegrating and running away. So, and then arrows come with the flying dragon. Nope.
No.
And they'll have to save. Nope.
Oh,
They're still
no.
on fire. I guess this means they stay. Really, they can't. They're every goblin for themselves. One.
You already got combat advantage. Well, no. The Hill Giant is blinded, so I'm flanking with him, but I am prone.
That'll do it.
I am prone.
Brings it down. Oh,
Yep, that gets me.
okay. Well, he used the one that could. Third time's the charm.
That's right. That should. Yep, 69 hit
Giant
points.
club comes down. Like it's a lot of giant clubs to dodge.
Yeah.
It's like one
Especially
here,
for
one
large
there.
giant.
Like at some point you're gonna just from lack of space.
Yeah. And Missouri has prior experience with being hit by these fucking clubs.
Just bludgeoning. They're strong creatures.
They sure are. Oof.
Yeah.
Right.
Malignant.
Those goblins over there on fire, and that's good. So he's gonna go like this way. Still flying, as he'll send another column of flame towards the Goblin Host 1 over there. One so blindingly bright that they'll hopefully be blinded. 26 versus Reflex.
Oh yeah.
For 12 radiant.
You scream, some die. Like it's really just like it's like whenever you attack these with your like dragon breath, it's like a disaster movie level of like the tsunami comes and everyone's like freaking out, and then they get hit and it's like terrible, and you see like a goblin holding the other goblin like shaking them. It's like all that, but in 6 seconds somehow.
Somehow.
As they're all blind, stumbling around. Yeah, okay.
And that'll be his turn. He's happy just burning
so
things.
they probably will shoot, but there's no way they can actually target anything, so it's just waste of time, really. They can't. They probably will shift a little bit further back from trying to scramble away.
Yep, makes sense.
In Missouri.
Okay. Prone here. 3 ogres. Well, 2 ogres and a hill giant. I mean, it's so hard to tell these days. I have a creature marked by me within range of 10. I have an encounter power called Psionic Ambush. That allows me to teleport to a square adjacent to the hill giant in this case. So I'm going to teleport like this and stand up in the process. Because when I teleport, I don't have to keep lying down on the ground. That would be dumb. There we go. Shazam. As a minor action, that was my move, I'm going to breathe poison over the 3 of these. My horrid dragon breath.
Look at this efficiency.
I know. 32, a crit, and then a 33. Wow.
It's like a 17,
Okay.
20, 18.
Good lord. For 14 poison damage on them all.
Suppose you crit the giant then.
Yeah, I do, which means
max
I would
damage,
deal. That's max damage. Looks like that's 20. Excuse me. That's 12 plus 6 is 18. Yeah, 18 damage.
2 others take 14, coughing in the cloud of sort of. Yeah, I mean, this is poison, right?
That poison. That's right. Standard action, because I do have one of those. Hooray! The ogre, the hill giant. I think we're still fine for the time being. Hill giant is blinded. Hooray! We'll use an. I want to keep him blind. I don't know what the hell that hill giant's gonna do. 2 power point augment a twisted eye attack against the hill giant. It'll be a 29 versus armor class because he's blinded.
Yep, that hits.
19 damage, and the blind is renewed. That will be the end of the Missouri's turn. I'm at 3 power points.
Mhm. Yeah, he does have special attacks, but they don't work right now in the current conditions. As the ogre here shift over, now suddenly the dragon's over here. So be it. Bring down the club.
That definitely gets me.
That's a natural 20, actually.
How much damage is that?
That is 26 damage.
Okay. That is enough to bloody me.
It brings it down crashingly. Maybe, Missouri having just breathed and struck the hill giant, focusing on it as the smaller ogres are.
Yeah. That ogre finally found a weak spot. Yeah, I did it.
Right
Reached through.
right in the jaw.
Yeah, cracked me along the nose spike.
Oof. Giant enough to do something good, but he can't. He is on death's door. He brings down his own club blindly. -5.
-5, then the cover I have on top of that is enough to make that a mess.
All right.
Otherwise, that would have done it.
Yeah.
Close.
Mm-hmm.
Phew.
Yeah. He can when he really tries. These guys, these poor goblins are just. Yeah. Yes, then more arrows against Relicneth.
No.
Oh.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Some will burn. Yes, the ones that were on fire are dead. They're still fleeing. They'll last a little bit longer. This ogre can't really get to Missouri, and that's okay. That was not a good time. Step over here, grab one of the rocks from the pile, and chug it at Relicneth. -2. 25.
That'll be enough.
25 exactly hits.
Yep.
Bash it into his underside. 9
The
damage.
mark does nothing. Wink.
I mean, 9 damage, I accept. It's fine.
Relicneth.
Alright, let's see. I think we should probably take out that hill giant, shouldn't we?
With it being blinded and with me having another turn, I don't think that's going to be an issue. The creatures that are dealing more damage to you is a goblin host is a potential threat, and then I haven't done much of anything to the ogres.
Yeah, I sort of want to leave the goblin host too bloodied because it's taking damage from that. So I think I'm just going to fly over this away.
The goblin host one, how long does that remain blinded, sheep? Because when it gets unblinded, it's going to shoot you, yeah?
End of this turn.
Yeah. So it's going to shoot you, yeah? And
yeah,
it's not disintegrating.
Yeah. That's going to be my target here.
Makes sense.
It's going to fly this way. And we'll shoot more fire because that's fun. Finally he gets to let out all that built up energy. With a sacred flame. With a 1. That's not going to do anything.
Maybe the rock knocked it slightly off course.
And then, as a minor action, perhaps some of the embers from the fire attack drifting over to Emmy. And like a hot shower, she can feel reinvigorated. Healing Surge plus 22. And Relicneth gets also 5 hit points.
43 plus 26 plus 22. Almost takes me up to full. What a hot shower.
Slight frustration, perhaps. His work undone.
What is even the point?
He needs
It's
to
like
get
the
some
old
of that
man.
magic.
I know. Hook me up with the dragon.
Right. Yeah, that's his turn. Perhaps some of the flaming ash Relicneth is shedding as he flies overhead, like cauterizing wounds or something.
That's how that works, yeah.
Magic.
Why not? Magic.
I was to move over here and shoot him.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Somehow they're being
Rain of
terrible.
arrows.
Keep the dream alive. Well, Emi Zure has seen what hill giants can do and has no remote interest in giving this hill giant a fair fight. Nope, 0, none at all. Standard action is going to be to 2 power point a twisted eye attack against the hill giant. For the love of God, it's a 31 versus armor class.
Yeah.
That's another 16 damage to the hill giant.
16 times overkill.
Nice. It can be blind and death.
Yeah, it's probably just like struggling its hands to its like eyes as like goes down on the knees. Sonic assault just too much as its brain cuts out. Right, blood
Yep.
sort of gushing out the nostrils as it just like with a deep groan just falls over to the side.
Yeah.
It's
No,
pretty
is
much
there-
snow and dust.
And Missouri looks at Ogre too. And I think she'll use her move action to just sort of like shift one away from the ogre, the stupid ogre creature, and just kind of be like, give it like the ogre like a now what look, and end her turn.
Yeah. Okay, it's just getting mad. It grunts and grunts again, and then comes for her with the club, swinging it down,
Not quite.
thumping onto the ground, making a not smart decision perhaps. Not reporting back, but instead engaging the dragon. That's a good idea. Yeah. These goblins are some of them are running away, bailing. The others will move over here and probably shoot Missouri in the back.
Not quite. Easy to
Hits some
deflect
of
off the rocks.
stones. Yeah. This ogre chuck another rock. He is by the bag of rocks, so you can just throw it.
No, that fork does nothing.
Right.
I think it's time to land at this point. Yeah. I think it is. He's gonna land like here.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Setting down, and then he's gonna swipe and swipe at this host. Will advance inexorably. That's a word.
It is.
For a 1 and a 33 versus AC.
33 hits.
Right, he's gonna land, shift once before the first attack, shift again after the second one.
Dragon's close as they begin to bail. They have to begin to
No.
just run away.
How
Meanwhile,
dare the
though,
dragon land?
Or the confusing mess of having goblins sort of some of them running onto him, grabbing his face and trying to beg or there's all sorts of reactions. Some of them will bite and slash at him.
Sure.
Others will run away. Missouri.
Missouri looks at the ogre and is mad. The mad ogre. Okay. We're gonna. This is worth me taking some damage. Let's have some fun with this. Standard action is going to be to try and squeeze the ogre, ripping it physically with her grasping claws and counter power. It'll be a 20 versus reflex.
That hits.
That is only 8 points of damage. However, the ogre is slowed until the end of my next turn, not this one. Hooray! And then she will she'll provoke an attack of opportunity
All right.
as she moves away from the ogre. That will miss. She goes over here, and as a minor action, she is going to erase the mark off of Ogre 1 as she marks Goblin Host 2.
Oh,
This little bastard shot her, trying to shoot her in the back. And that's not okay. That's going to be the end of my turn.
I suppose this ogre will double move.
Good.
Thumping slowly, trying to swing the club, grunting. These ones will still be disintegrating. But will bite and slash. Oh my.
Yeah. Turns out rocks aren't that great to deflect goblins. Good heavens.
So many of them. Just
No.
dying and bleeding all over the place, doing all
Sorry.
these little actions.
That's 84 point. I'm down to 84 HP. Yeah. She is surprised. These damn goblins, man, so resourceful.
Yeah.
Wasn't supposed to be like this.
Giant here. Charge. Club.
Oh boy, okay, that's a miss.
That is not a miss. That's a hit against you because he has
Oh, he
combat
has combat advantage. Oh no.
Covered in goblins.
Mm-hmm.
I am covered in goblins. That's terrible.
He doesn't even care.
Okay, Vindictive is bloodied, which means he can spend a healing surge, because he is a divinely favored
boy.
dragon.
Yes.
Good boy, yes. A healing surge +4 because he gets his wisdom
He's
to
bloodied,
all
he has to
things.
heal because Tiamat loves him.
Yeah. He will not lose against a sort of giant.
If I had left the mark on him, that would have missed. Damn it.
Yeah. Sort of hoping you would.
There's goblins everywhere, stabbing and cutting, and then now an ogre sort of hitting him.
I mean, I don't expect us to take another fight this 10-day.
I haven't used my dailies at all with the expectation that we might.
Okay,
I used one daily. Like I can't swear that we won't get interrupted during our downtime. So
that is true. Yeah, it's probably healing surges are a resource, so come at me.
It's true. It's a waste to sleep without using them, right?
Exactly.
you've been in far worse situations with healing surges than this.
That's true. I think I'm just gonna take off.
Search the old, find out, clear the old tombs on the mountains.
He's gonna take off and provoke.
All right.
Oh,
Slash and slash.
that's fine. I'd rather have rocks than clubs. Thank you very much.
Last turn, it's time to land. This turn, oh god.
Yeah. I'd hoped the ogre would stay marked, and I also didn't realize the goblins would give combat advantage. That's too risky for me.
They do. They're very dangerous in melee, but they are a mess.
Yeah. And then he's gonna shoot more fire at the goblins, because fuck those. That's a 1. It's my third one.
Maybe it's not challenging. Maybe he needs,
No, that's fine. That's gonna be his turn.
Just host with. You need to evaporate. Move over here. Shoot at Willingness.
Oh. Okay.
Hail of arrows.
Now the arrows are starting to punish you. It's been pretty fortunate rolls from them thus far.
Yeah.
Misery.
Okay. Let's go ahead and give a unaugmented Twisted Eye attack against Goblin Host 2. 23 versus armor class for 15 damage. Yeah.
They're dead or retreated into the hills.
Good.
I was split and broken as any sort of fighting unit.
She looks back at the ogre, who will shake off the slow eventually, calls to Valignif. You said you wanted the survivors in Draconic. Like, we can just let them return. And as a move action, she will take off 5 squares into the air.
All right.
The ogre is no longer slowed. We'll just go ahead and move her like here. She's flying. She doesn't intend to stay.
Probably like roars.
Yep.
Ogre.
As the target of its anger, just leaves them behind.
Ogre roar. Like moves after. Rock,
That will just miss because of her cover.
This one will go pick up another one. Throw it.
No. Yeah, this was fun enough. He's gonna double move after Verdlif up in the air.
What you call me?
Play error. Emmy.
Red caps descend from the sky.
Oh no. And then immediately turn visible because I said the other word.
Yeah, no.
I thought you were going to fire off a final strike, though, before you move, because it's not like those goblin hosts are gone yet.
Yeah, they're disintegrating.
Shoot.
They'll die eventually. Oh no.
That's how they feel about you. Misery, you're just out.
Yeah, go ahead and take me 10 squares up into the air and away. Yep.
Can't reach that far. She just leaves a rock for Relignith.
No. No rocks.
Maybe rock. Actually, these ogre really fast.
Yeah.
Shark.
No. Yeah, he's just gonna leave. Actually, before he leaves, he'll do one of these.
Just fight him.
Plus 20 for himself. There we go.
No, we killed the giant. Their organizational hierarchy is based off of giants.
Yeah.
And we're at the point now where we care less about ogres, and it's not like we could rely on a goblin to report back to them yet.
Would be nice to kill one of the ogres, but that is fine. It's more about sending the message and basically hounding them wherever they go, rather than inflicting true damage.
No, we killed the most important member of that group.
Oh yeah.
And then the other goblin host is going to be gone too, as they just crumble apart.
Deserting into the hills.
Yeah, leaving the pair of ogres to try and pick up the pieces. I wonder what they'll do out there.
Try to find a way home.
Yeah.
We'll become endemic. Live there.
I'm not going back. You go back.
Or don't know how to go back. They don't remember anymore.
Oh no.
They'll probably make their way back and yell about dragons and point.
Yep. Good. Anyway, so, yeah, we can return to the Fane of Dragons and have our short rest.
Yeah.
You can get an action point.
Woohoo! You do get an action point. Yeah.
Hooray!
Take your short rest. You won't be interrupted there.
Until all the times we fly here.
Knows it exists.
That's right. Until we keep retreating here so much that we end up luring them here.
I mean, the great thing about this place that it's sort of meant to be known to even our enemies. It's such a shitty place to reach, and even if they make it here, there's nothing really here. So
I'll go ahead and spend a healing surge on the missing 13 hit points I have. Take me down to 11 healing surges. That'll be fine.
Missing 19, that's not worth it.
I thought it was worth it for 13.
Famous last words.
Yeah. You're like moles.
Also gonna take a really quick toilet break.
Okay.
All right.
Just look over at God. God looks back at me. We shrug.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps Vilcourt got the omens wrong. They set to attack. I mean, he did seize the dam, though, so
He did.
without losing a single individual.
Yeah, pretty sizable aggression there, and that's obviously the most important thing.
Oh yeah, no, that's why he's here. I mean,
Here to reclaim the dam for the hierarchy. That's what they wanted, and then to punish the dragons. Yeah. It wasn't until he took the dam, though, that he started taking losses.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's the God's will, and these things shouldn't come for free.
That's right.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was no one really
Missouri
important.
Field. She killed a giant, like a hill giant, while being attacked by ogres too.
Yeah. It's growth. It was we fought the butcher and he hounded us so terribly with his harpoons and what have you. And then the Serpentine Earl, while she considers herself the slayer of that, it was a combined effort to try and whittle down the huge bulk of that. In the case of the hill giant, she handled that creature entirely. It's a real sense of personal growth for her. It's she considers it the favor of Malar and her own strength to have her honed and hunter body here in this particular case to be able to fend off the ogre attacks while also slaying a hill giant herself.
Yeah, because of course I don't want to give the perception that these hill giants are any less sort of unique than the other ones were. It's just that now you're at a power level where their uniqueness blends more in. They're not what they do is general. Their big swings and club strikes are not as specific as they were because they're less threatening to you.
Mm-hmm. Hill giants, whenever we first encountered them, ogres were already bigger than us, and actually see those giants were just astounding. And now at this point, it's the Serpentine Earl was the first, but he's the first of many. Now, look at all of them.
Yeah.
It's a sense of power of yes, I am the hunter, I am the predator, and even giants are my prey. And she thinks about how tall the stone giants were, and she's like,
A fire giant.
Yeah, let alone the fire giant.
Yeah, it's truly a giant to be afraid of, at least for now. That might be the case, right? It might be okay. So once these things were like real sort of threats to existence,
Mhm.
but now not so much. Maybe other things will follow. Right? Maybe
Right.
now the fire giant is scary, but maybe termite there will come a day when they too will be broken.
Yes.
The fate of a dragon to always look and know that, given time, anything else is ants.
Mm-hmm. And that's why everyone's the eternal enemy of the dragon.
Oh
Because
yeah, no, nobody wants them to grow up.
given time,
The dragon doesn't grow up, then you're in a good spot.
no. Yeah. With enough time, most creatures fall apart, but not the dragon. No, he's stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a like reflects, like laying down there, like musing, as like the gardener is still fussing over his need for organic material he does not yet have.
Yes, he needs more. Giant corpses are great. So his manures or his trees and stuff. Like, there really isn't that much here.
Yeah. Well, we do know where a recent giant corpse is. The ogres probably aren't going to haul that one back.
People are going to eat it.
It's fair. I would too. Really, these ogres are like speaking to me here on a personal level of things I would do.
Only they weren't ogres.
I know, right?
Only they didn't have 4 intelligence. Just barely sentient.
It does make it rough to use them as minions, yeah.
They can barely talk. Like,
Like,
if some of them might not be able to talk except for the grunting.
yeah. Missouri looks over at Velignith, says, "Was there more you sought to do, involving hunting them? We slew one of their giants."
Well, if it were entirely and only up to me, I would continue doing exactly that until I couldn't anymore, and then hopefully either they would all be dead, or, well, I'd go to sleep somewhere and then try again.
She says, "It might be worth to wait some time to see what approach they will take. They have the dam. Not that we care, but they have it, and it obviously has mattered to the giants. The Serpentine Earl was there to protect the dam. A fire giant came once to punish what we had left there at the dam. The stone giants came for an accounting involving the dam, and now this fire giant and his army has taken the dam. Now that we've punished their hunting and scouting, let us wait to see what they do next. For our lairs are not quite in the valley."
Not quite. Sooner or later, however, we will have to face that fire giant in combat, I assume. I don't think he'll just leave, and even if he does try to leave, I feel like we should stop him then. He shall enter our valley, but not leave it alive.
Missouri says, "I do not have such investment. If we deal with this group, I am sure that the higher there will be more giants,
Oh, they will.
just like there were last time."
There will always be more giants, which it's about the principle of the thing in this case. They come here uninvited, and that needs to be responded to appropriately.
She shakes her head. "If we just kill this expedition, another one will be sent. If we keep it around here to waste its time, another will not be sent."
Sort of growls a little bit. Most likely due to a lack of arguments. Perhaps it's not literally true that there will always be more giants. How? Giants can't spread that quickly, can they? They're not like goblins, are they?
Missouri blinks and says, "What I know is that there were giants before we left our home, and I'm sure there's more giants up there, pointing at the huge looming mountains off in the far distance, than there are dragons right here."
Oh, sure, but it's a finite amount to the point where eventually, given enough patience and constitution, there might not be any giants anymore. And that thought pleases me.
Patience. Yes. I like patience. Good. Let's wave it off then. I'll observe them. Have a few were-rats observe them from a distance. Let's see what their next moves are. You intend to stay up here?
For a little bit at least.
Great.
Until I
Makes it okay.
find people or something to station this place, it would not be good to have a public point of contact where we can't be contacted because there's nothing there.
Yes, we talked about that. Good. I'm going to depart then.
Before you do, what is the status of Elm? You've made grand promises last time I asked you about it.
Elm is... She pauses, wondering how to articulate to Valignev. Elm is currently divided on whether to strike at the spell-scarred immediately or wait. The influence from Cormyr is... She pauses and says, my were-rats inform me there are 3 different factions within Elm, each vying for authority and power. Given enough time, it will tear the town apart itself. A large group of them advocate hunting the spell-scarred immediately. Some wish to wait. I and my were-rats have worked to instigate. It is not immediate, but I do expect results. She pauses. Before the spring.
Of nods. Although, it's obvious that he's a bit impatient about Elm in particular.
Mm-hmm. Highlighting the character differences between patience and impatience.
It's not impatience to want to get something done quickly.
Yes. Mizore says, are you readying yourself to strike at it whenever it is weakened for you?
Oh, I've been ready to strike at it for weeks, but you've requested that I do not, and I've honored that request.
She says, all right then. She takes off. Let you know if anything changes, though you might figure it out yourself.
One more last thing before you leave.
She snorts. Yes.
I have no specifics yet, but I might soon entertain a variety of guests in this particular place. Humans, presumably, mostly, I think. They are from, or rather, will be from Elversold. The group of people who seem to have a particular interest in dragons. I intend to invite them here to properly present myself and make my expectations clear. I hope to build a sort of relationship of a sort with them, offer them opportunities in return for hopefully loyalty, although I don't... Well, I've only spoken to one of them briefly. I would like you to attend, if you like, to observe, perhaps. Perhaps there's one who catches your fancy. You can have him then.
She blinks and says, looks at the sky, calculating, and says, I can do so if your request is only that I attend, then it can be done.
I can't think of anything else you'd have to do other than the things you'd want to do.
She says, I will see you with these humans then.
Vellignant nods.
Is there one more last thing?
Let me think.
While he thinks, she flies away.
Yeah. So something we've not been so good at doing, and probably should remember. And I think it's also easier now that you guys play your characters great, but that should never be like a bad thing, right? So Vertlith's desire to take patience into it fits very well with her, her compulsion. No effort wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Relax it. So I feel fair that you could, so to speak, self-compel to not act anymore against the giants immediately, but letting see what they do, right? Give them time and go do something that's more important to
All right. Yeah.
if you want to do that. I think self-compelling is important. Effectively, it's just saying, hey, I'm doing this, and I think that's really in line with my compulsion. And then if anyone else agrees, then you can just it's basically as if they had compelled you to do it. So take an essence from it.
Okay, I will do that.
It's much easier to think of your own than it is of everyone else's, I think. We'll try to do all of them.
Sure. I had not slated it in mind to angle for one of those.
Yeah, and then I take it we're going into a downtime.
I think so.
Time.
Seems appropriate given our separation.
Yeah.
It's downtime. Time.
I'll say, providing Perstrix with the organic matter he would need to begin growing stuff will not take like that's not what I would call an actual downtime action. It would just take a 10-day, take a downtime to do, but there's no role needed. You can like it's basically just being like you have to carry a bunch of stuff, for him.
Maybe that's part of the downtime that Villignus is already on, which is supplying the Fane.
That makes sense.
Which is also, coincidentally, exactly what I would be working on.
All right. Do you want to start then?
Sure.
Yeah. Good. Do it.
So last time I used Intimidate to make the place nice and imposing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is also important to note that the place isn't only supposed to be a meeting place. It's sort of a home away from home, I almost said, in the sense that he needs a place where he does show his devotion to the Queen of Dragons, who made him and gives him his strength and all that stuff. But he wouldn't want to have a shrine to her in his own lair because she might get jealous and want all his stuff. So, hence this place, far away.
Mm-hmm.
But that needs to be considered, so I would suggest a religion check to properly, set up the place to be appropriate.
It would be hard to imagine that not being appropriate in this situation.
Correct. That's terrible. He doesn't exactly know how to do all this stuff yet. He's just working with his instinct, which is vague, to say the least.
Still one step on the path. One step closer. An easy DC beats. Yeah, it turns out it's hard to work around Tiamat's desire to own everything. The worship of the Dragon Mother is not something that's wide. Not a lot of people really indulge in, even amongst dragons, indulge in worship of Tiamat, and so it's difficult to really put the tenets down.
Yeah. I'd also think that perhaps in contrast to, well, all his siblings really, especially Veristix and Emmy, he doesn't really go by thinking about things and thinking them through and then doing them. Vellignant was very much one who follows his instincts, which means that, sometimes he does things that he thinks are right, but are not because, he just felt like doing them and it wasn't actually his instinct.
Yeah.
Probably doing a whole bunch of weird stuff.
It wasn't a failure. It just didn't do as much progress as you might have hoped.
Yeah.
So he made some progress. Some of what he did was definitely right.
Yeah, maybe he did right things, but there's still that itch that tells him he's not done yet, but he doesn't know how to proceed quite yet.
In Missouri, we got any projects? Not currently, but maybe there's something Dragon wants to do.
Yeah, not currently, of course. Still, like, I'm still looking at that powder keg with Elm. Like, that's only going to be a matter of time. Think before I slip into a downtime action, I think part of Missouri's time is spent checking in with, like, her minions. They're like, fairies, you all right? And the fairies like, we fucking love everything. Like, great, like, Amrath, you all right?
Yeah, he's doing okay. He has been spending time. It's a shrine to Malara, this hill, and he's not a cleric or a priest or some such, or he doesn't really get to talk to gods or anything like that. It's not like Malara really wants that anyway.
Right.
But he has been feeling things. The savagery of this region is being reinforced, not just by the hill, it seems. Given what they've experienced and what the fairies said, he believes that it's likely that from winter, predators of various kinds might begin to appear around this region. Perhaps meant as a punishment for, well, whatever imagined transgression Tilraxos have performed.
Mm.
This hunting lord might send some beasts to try to humble a dragon, which seems futile, he would think.
Mm-hmm.
But if nothing else, to him it seems like an opportunity more than a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
He does not dislike such a contest of skill.
This damn Lord of Winter Pipers, if if he will be taking action through an influx of predators that will come to this region, then by all means, the god of predators who enjoys this contest, come on in. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Werats will inform that they will be giving less information from Elm. It seems that there's become some suspicions as to their existence, and that some people begin looking into them, and they would rather not be found out in the city because that would be very problematic. Beyond that, some small scouting forces have been going south to look and maybe try to identify where they come from.
Oh.
So there's been some hostile action, and the Werats have. I mean, their intention will be to withdraw further, like back towards the hill, right?
That's fine. As a matter of fact, Missouri will even give directions on that front. Like, let's move you further away from Elm. Missouri wishes to keep an eye on Vokord's expedition now that, like, the dragons have taken action against it, to see what Vokord does. And the Werats are going to be best suited, like, because they're smaller creatures, they're great at stealth, and she herself is. Yeah, she'll
fantastic
ask.
as like scouts or infiltration.
Yeah, she'll ask specifically the Werats keep an eye on, like, Vokord's expedition to see whether, like, where he moves from here.
All right.
Yeah. As for she herself personally, if now that she's been informed that there's groups that are going to be foraying down on her side of the river, oh no, that doesn't happen. That's her side of the river. I think she's going to spend her time hunting for groups that might be coming from Elm, south of the river.
All right. Yeah, I don't think that's really a project as much as that's an action. Basically, that makes it a whole lot more difficult for anyone to actually fucking accomplish anything.
Yeah, she'll be like pouring her time personally. Like, she, has tried to convey, which of course is a total fucking shame because she's a drink dragon and lies, that her hunting grounds, not north. Like, she has taken great pains to make it so that she's not in dragon form, that she really disguises herself whenever, like, she heads north, because she doesn't want the peoples up there to think that a green dragon is hunting up there. But south? No. If the Werats have come to her with a concern on that front, considering how useful that she finds them, she will go out hunting herself. If they're going to strike at her minions, that's a strike at her.
I mean, the bearers also say that apparently kobolds that lived in these hills over here have disappeared in large numbers. Found bloody butchered heaps with every bit of scrap metal and any sort of wealth pillaged from the corpses. So, adventuring activity or human activity certainly has a thing. Say, not to say anything about the Sunseeker tribe that was decimated before Missouri really got here.
Right.
It seems that the people from Elm have an idea that things south of the river are sort of up for the grabs, if you will.
Yeah, I think that the course of action is to convey to any adventurers heading south that land south of the river is not up for grabs.
All right. Do this. How much does a dragon modify the difficulty? I mean, yeah, you're level 11. I feel like that's a decent way to do it. Yeah. So we'll just put that a -11 modifier on there.
All right.
Or rather, raising the DC by 11. That seems fair. I'm sure it can't be everywhere at all times.
Right.
But she can be there, and that certainly makes anyone think like 6 times whether they should really do this.
Yep.
To do anything, that might be a failure that might have a very logical consequence.
Wonderful.
Should they try that?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. During the downtime in Missouri, however, I mean, she might even see these people herself. Actually, she does see a group coming from Elm, traveling south along the water towards her lair.
I think given her approach style and the energy from Alar that she feels, I think that would warrant a daytime confrontation of that group immediately being alerted as they see this green dragon off in the horizon, off in the distance, heading directly for them.
It appears to be 5 people, well armored, at least 4 of them, and one that she would identify as some sort of a wizard or sage.
Okay. I think she'll keep her distance in the air, but I think her pointed move here is to, whether it's 200 feet in the air or so, far out of shouting distance or ranged firepower distance, but to circle over them a few times to see how they respond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 4 of them are wielding iron reinforced or steel reinforced quarterstaffs. The last one also has one, but that is not reinforced particularly. It's a little slightly ornate, really looking. Yeah, she's seen these kinds of people before because she's flown over Redenseer. These people are from there.
Okay. Flies over a few times.
As they see the dragon, they seem to sort of get wary. They split up slightly, step slightly from one another. Perhaps expecting, or being unsure whether trouble is coming their way or not.
Yeah. Yeah. She scrutinizes, contemplates.
But beyond that, they don't take hostile action.
Okay. Scrutinizes and contemplates. Then she'll fly. I don't know. Maybe she'll fly and orient herself so that she's we'll say 20 squares ahead of them, up the road, and then she'll land not up the road, but along the water bank, right, the water side, and she'll land there. She'll look at him.
Have a little visual.
Yeah, give me a little visual. Paint me a picture. Oh yeah, this map.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yep. You see them. She flew overhead, observed them. Okay, it looks like they might be from Redenseer. And she'll fly a distance, position herself along the riverbank there, look ahead at them.
They come.
I could say she'd be non-threatening, but as a dragon, like, who knows, right?
I mean, they don't let their guard down either. That's not what I'm saying. They don't.
Of course,
even
of
if they're
course.
flinging magic or something.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, as they will move up, basically, clearly cautiously, not wanting to approach too far, but wanting to be well ready in case any trouble emerges. They wield their staffs like ready, both seemingly able to fight with them, but probably these people are, at least what she saw by the temple, these people are probably like spellcasters of various sorts. Maybe priests or such. They certainly seem to wear the scroll of Akma sort of on their clothing and breastplates.
After beholding them for these minutes, as they like for a shift, she will speak up first. You behold Imizure Lidrafir, she who slew the Serpentine Earl and servant of Balar. You step close to one of his holy sites. What business do you have here?
The old sage steps forward and speaks in return, having to raise his voice quite a bit to sort of reach over distance.
Not a limitation she has.
Oh, she's made to roar much rather than this. She'll sort of speak up. I am Tratwar Great Trap. I am a scholar of Redenseer and a cleric of Ogma. I come here with an offering of peace and with a request for cooperation in a matter I believe concerns us both. We have before been approached by another of your kind, who, though he sort of seems to draw, I'm not sure of the gender of the dragon, they spoke some words so close to the library, a creature of fire could not be fully trusted. I have come to discuss a potential for mutual benefit. She coughs slightly, having to yell. He seems to have probably been spending most of his days like a dusty library.
Missouri pauses to consider and says, I am willing to hear your offer of cooperation, cleric of Ogma Tradvan Grey Trap. We do not even need to shout at such distances if it would comfort you. She edges a bit forward, looks at him.
I understand. You seem not to wish to frighten us overly. For that, I will thank you. She looks at the dragon. He tightens his grip and stuff. Being close to a dragon like this is
right. It's one thing to read about them in his books.
Yeah, it's one thing to be in a jungle with a tiger staring at you, right there. A dragon is a whole different story, right? There's something basic in the human mind that tells him that this is no, none of this. Go, leave. The mouth of the shark, it's just it's dragon fear, right?
She's very pleased by this. It's nice to deal with creatures that are smart enough to fear her instead of stupid like ogres and giants.
However,
really helps.
Perhaps what I've brought you, the gift for you and those you call, seems to try to phrase it, for you and those who might also aid us, could be of some help in this regard. You take it out of a basically he has a bag with him, backpack or some such. One of the others will help him take it off.
Okay.
Forward. Step. I bring you this. Something we believe is most useful at the temple is understanding and communication. It is the truth. It is the conveyance of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And though I cannot give knowledge without due recompense, I can offer a tool for its conveyance.
Okay.
Move forward and sort of
Uh,
like he's not sure if he wants to approach further. As he like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Query, Manikai, and this might lead to an inside check.
mm-hmm.
What the hell does he mean? Like she's trying to decipher what he means by his own body language. Like it doesn't quite get like what he's angling at.
Sure.
Roll 1d20 plus. What's that insight score these days? Right. For insight. 13.
I mean, he's not trying to be obtuse, though perhaps his mannerisms are much unlike hers.
Right. Knowledge, whatever, gift conveyed.
But he's bringing forth a bag. In it, it seems that there is something somewhat heavy, and she can certainly, being a dragon, sense that there is a faint magical aura around it.
Okay.
It is likely that he has a gift, which he believes can aid in the conveyance of knowledge, he said.
Okay.
And that perhaps he wishes this interaction to be a demonstration.
Okay.
Hoping to ingratiate himself to this terrible monster that she.
All right.
His body language certainly has a lot of fear in it. Perhaps there's an instinctual sort of twist. She might even see, like, she didn't get super well, but that he's used to defending himself with certain types of spells, and though she can't really tell what it is, she can see that sometimes he has a slight jitter that as if to form the first steps to some sort of defensive spell.
Yeah. She steps even closer to him, like peering, like there's a curious gaze with like her red eyes, like staring at this cleric of Agma, like, hoping to convey to the creature that she is willing to witness whatever conveyance is, whatever gift that is being offered.
Mm-hmm. All right. He takes his hand into the bag, fumbles a little bit, and brings out a round stone carved in which is carved runes. As he holds it up, and then he takes out another one exactly the same. As he holds them, and looks at the dragon and sort of will force himself to step a little bit closer, holding out one of the stones.
Okay. She steps even closer. But, she reaches out one of the claws slowly towards the scholar of Redenseer.
He'll place the stone, or reach it out for dragon.
If she were more mischievous, like a more mischievous dragon, like this would be the time to.
It does seem like the guards behind her somewhat like they're written.
Yeah. Prestidigitation, woo! Turn into doves. Yeah, okay. She will take the offered stone from the man.
He'll then step back and probably leave out a bit of a breath, right? If the dragon was going to kill him, that would have been the time.
Yeah. Take a
and
step
he will
back.
Hold it up and hold it to his mouth, and he will speak into it. And she will hear from the stone that she's holding his voice as if he spoke as if he spoke from that place. She'll say, "These stones can convey speech over great distances."
And Missouri lifts the stone up, twirls the tiny thing in a claw, and she puts her mouth really close to the stone and rumbles, "I see."
He shudders slightly, unnerved. "I wish you to have them both, but perhaps we should utilize them to speak without feeling
Mizure like looks at the man and says, "Well, if it would make you more comfortable, Redenseer cleric, to not stand in front of me to speak to me, then by all means walk away from me."
When you say it like that, he shakes his head. No, it is not my intention. She looks up and looks at the dragon. And I have come here with a precious gift such as this, for I was led to believe, when another dragon visited us, that you have had some communication with another of your kind. A dragon by the name of Hysterlix. A despicable thing.
Mizure, his expression, I don't know how it would even look towards these humans. She like opens like her maw and then like snaps it shut and says, "Yes, I am aware of the despicable creature of which you speak. I have had an encounter, a most unpleasant one."
It seems almost like that sort of extras him on a bit. Continue. I, as a representative of the temple, wishes to offer that perhaps we could work together to remove this pest to both of us. I am sure, though I do not know how Sterlix might have offended you, that he would offend most things he comes into contact with. As such, I'm sure that though you might not need the aid, perhaps this gift might show at least that we have common cause in this.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, that we have no interest in struggles or further problems with you.
Mizure nods, eyeing the man, and says, "Yes, we do have a common enemy in this mischievous, sacrilegious dragon, this irreverent, horrid creature who has no respect for how things were, are, no appreciation of knowledge and its sanctity."
He nods, like this is going better than he thought it would, really. That much is clear. Sort of, fixes his stance a little bit, stands a little more upright, like, okay, he's talking to the dragon, it's making sense. He's not, at this point, things are going well.
Yeah.
Good. Beyond that, we brought more for you to potentially distribute to the other of your kind, so that they too might help. She like gestures quickly for the guards to come up, carrying what seems to be a small chest of which is they sort of do the thing where they sort of kneel down and open it,
Okay.
and inside are gold coins, Cormyrean gold, well minted, a couple thousand gold pieces.
Okay.
She looks up, steely-eyed. There's though he trembles and though the dragon is scary, there is also a confidence here, and certainly a determination when speaking of Hysterlix.
Okay.
We wish to find a way to eliminate this dragon permanently.
Okay.
And your kind, if I may, have been known to be the best at destroying others of your kind. Few things match a dragon in fighting, except for another one.
Mizure offers the equivalent of a grin and says, "You are wise and correct. What you have said is accurate, and I agree. It is best for a dragon to resolve what Hysterlix has done. Your aid, just using the gussy it up like that, it's not tribute, but it's tribute, is accepted and will be allocated appropriately to hunting down and resolving Hysterlix. I am already aware of the region in which he dwells. It is but a matter of time until he meets his end.
She nods and says, then, like Princess Lightning says, then it is truly fortunate that you are here then. The beast has been a problem for us for many years, decade even.
Mm-hmm.
Once it is gone, we can finally get back to what is important without constantly being harried by his servants.
Mm-hmm.
He is resourceful. I'm sure you are as well.
Mm-hmm. Missouri pauses and says, should I wish to contact the scholars of Red and Seer in the future, by what means should I do so?
You're not answering quickly, having clearly thought of that question. He says, there is an old tower outside Red and Seer, some distance. It used to be used for a mill, but these days it is unused. I will make sure that there's a scribe there at any time. You should able to approach that place, speak to the scribe, and he can fetch me or carry a message as required. This will allow us to have a clear line of communications without having to worry about the townsfolk or the sort of begins to scuffle a little bit. The Adventurers Guild getting involved.
She says, that will suffice for me, Tradfin Greytrap. If there is nothing further you wish to say to me, then you may depart, extending a claw, the other claw that's not holding a stone.
Yeah. He will place the stone down onto the gold in the chest.
Mm-hmm. Of course he will.
Close it. And they'll also step back,
Yeah.
As to say, then I hope to hear good news. We do have an interest in getting this done as efficiently and fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
We would not come to you if we did not believe it was necessary for the good of all the realms.
Yes. And Missouri hears this and filters it through her own desires for her own draconic timetable and is, what she considers quickly and what he considers quickly, two vastly different things. And Missouri says, then go then, and pleasant travels on your return. Be careful on the roads. I hear there is trouble.
Yes. Yes, we will handle trouble. And thank you for hearing us, though I'd thought to seek you out in... Never mind. Monsieur Literature. He sort of says it a little bit a little pronounced wrong. He probably has seen it written, not actually spoken. I feel may the scribe inspire you on this most holy mission. She'll back and
she struggles to contain her amusement as they walk away.
Again, the long trek back.
Yeah,
it's a much longer way to walk than to fly.
Yeah, they walk away, get some distance on the riverbank, and she just starts chortling and laughing. She looks at the chest. She picks up the chest. Oh, well minted Cormyrean gold.
Yeah.
A few thousand gold pieces.
4,000 gold pieces.
Oh my goodness.
And
Oh
a pair
yeah.
of sending stones.
And a pair of sending stones. Oh, this is gonna be great. She's gonna have something to present to Velignith. This one half of the stones, of course. Whenever she attends his whatever. Yeah, how delightful. She thinks to herself, like, this couldn't possibly be who the were-rats were referring to. She, like, stomps away with, like, the chest. Oh, what a good time. Creatures coming all the way out here to deliver tribute to her. She loves it. This should happen more often.
Well, she does live a lot closer than all the other dragons.
It's true. It's true. And that's a side benefit right there.
Yes.
I'm the... Ah, yes. Power at will. Standard action until the end of your next turn. Any person speaking to one stone can be heard by those near the other stone. End of your next turn, both stones are exhausted. The minor action, any character touching a single stone renews the set. Okay.
So you can have a conversation without too much trouble, but in combat it can be.
Right. Or, we're like in a harrowing like situation where almost combat. In a tense diplomatic scenario. Because that happens with this group. Alright. Delightful.
All right. Yeah. Good. Then let's just roll here. I will need a D4, if you please.
I'll roll a d4. Haven't done anything in hours.
Yes, whole hours.
I enjoyed the talk though. 2.
All right. Yeah. That means that that Volcourt, after this, his gods and omens will tell him that that something is amiss, something is wrong, and he needs to gather resources, strengthen his position, and reinforce. As the many scouting parties will be withdrawn, and instead be set to scrounge up extra goblins from the many that have fled into the hills, collecting and sort of reinforcing and taking care of wounds and reinforcing the dam with extra rocks and better rocks and bigger rocks and so forth.
Yeah. Though, as I do recall you noting to us, it would take a lot of fucking effort to try and repair that dam.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Repairing it is not in the scope of this.
Yeah.
No, it is a he's being defensive.
Yeah, I remember that.
Anticipating problems.
Makes sense. Sure.
And I'm under time. As we're certainly approaching spring, some of the snow is beginning to melt a little bit. It's going to be a very strong wet season. Might even be some mudsliding going on, given the amount of unnatural amount of snow.
That body of water is going to widen then as it comes through the dam.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's going to be muddy. It's going to be the whole central there is going to probably wash into the.
Yeah, those goblins are going to have hail.
Yeah. A bit of flooding here and there.
Poor goblins. As the water comes and the mud comes.
Yeah. That's it. Nothing more comes for you at the moment.
Okay.
Or just being defensive. You have the initiative, so to speak. You can take your full rest.
All right.
Full rest, you say.
Yeah. Good. I held on to the dailies, many of them just in case.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, God forbid the terrible things come. When was it that you were going to have your, how long is it going to take your humans, your petitioners, to come up to visit you at the Dragon Fane?
They haven't been invited yet, so...
Ah, okay.
It's gonna be a little bit still.
All right. Imizure will head on over to like the Dragon Crane, and present. Do this role play. She'll land outside like this dusty like region as organic matter has been gathered for the gardener.
It might at this point actually be a little bit damp, like given the snow sort of melt.
Oh yeah.
It's been carved out, so now it's a little slick, a little morning wet.
Oh, Velignov would make sure that the platform that forms the center of the fane would be as dry as you can physically get it.
So we'll have Missouri land and feel that it's warm, like
Maybe like a
easily
small
bathed
layer
in
of
fire warm.
a small layer of like steam hovering over the platform. It's like landing on a nice warm rock.
She like lands. She like snorts. She like looks around at like the vista, like the melting snow. She calls out like a sort of like a rumble through like the empty caverns. Velignith, are you here?
He'll appear rather quickly, sort of peeking his head out of one of the dark tunnels leading into the mountain, tilting it slightly in an expression of, sup.
Here, catch. And then she'll like with like her claws like flick like one of the sending stones that she was given like over towards Velignith, just flick it with a claw.
They'll just land on the ground, clattering a bit.
Imizure says, I was visited by petitioners, by those presenting tribute to us from Redensir.
Expression darkens a bit.
You made an impression upon them, and perhaps my initial flight ever so long ago. They seek aid against your newfound friend. They seek him eliminated, and who better to do so than other dragons? What they offered was these sending stones, which can convey words at any distance. No longer need to rely upon Veristrix or one of my messengers, should you return beneath the surface.
Well, first of all, they do show some wisdom in trying to appease you and in turn us. However, a gift of magical implements that we can use to share our most secret of conversations without knowing whether they are not being intercepted seems somewhat foolish. Although
She snorts.
I can see
Really?
the use of these stones.
Your first thought is intense paranoia that they are somehow found a way to listen in on whatever we say into the stones. As if the immediate consequences of that would not be us burning down Redensir.
Merely appalled that you didn't think of it initially.
I didn't say it because it's foolish.
It might be, but it is worth keeping in mind.
It is not worth keeping in mind.
Oh,
If you do not wish to use it, then then you can give it back and I will hand it to Veristrix.
Well, that leads me to my second point. I can do the exact same thing that Veristrix does.
She like snorts and it's like the draconic equivalent of rolling her eyes. Do not make a habit of it then, or you will get the same answers I give him.
I suppose the convenience of these stones can't be denied. Now,
keep it warm for Tilraxos, if nothing else.
Now, they want to bribe you to take care of a problem of theirs by killing one of our own. I do not approve in the slightest. And yes, I know you do not need my approval to do anything. However, I have other plans for the copper.
I am aware of your other plan, and am willing to give you the freedom to pursue those other plans. What they offered was taken, but what I do in response does not have to be on their timetable. Whether they are dead before I have accomplished my goal is immaterial. Just be aware that there were visitors who are deeply interested in the removal of the copper dragon, and I am as well, but will not immediately pressure you on it.
I'm surprised you would be so interested in his removal. And I mean no offense by saying that, quite the opposite. He reminded me of you a little bit.
See, I do so dislike the disrespect conveyed to us all when he landed in our valley on top of the tomb and communicated extensively with Basarek. Not interested at all, not even remotely. And this editing of history, no interest in that. Meddling is what it is. And I have little interest in what else he may want to meddle in.
Lignov nods slightly. I can emphasize in his desire to leave a mark on the world with his editing whatever, although I have no huge curiosity or interest in actually seeing what comes of it. What, however, does interest me is the opportunity of using him for our purposes, for my purposes really, which in turn are our purposes. He has a problem, I have a solution, which in turn can lead to a flourishing relationship.
And I am willing to give you the freedom to explore that, much as you have provided me the freedom to explore my interactions with Elm.
Very good.
Yes. Also, Vocord has, the Were-Rats informed me that the expedition is not taking any further action at this time. They have taken to gathering stones, and perhaps even some of the goblins that fled away.
Speaking of gathering people, I've had a thought which I think I would need your help for, or rather your resources. You see, I figured I would invite the humans of Elversold here to make sure they know what they're getting into should they decide to, well, follow us. However, perhaps it could be a bit of a grander affair. Not just them, but other potential... What would be the right word? Followers seem so impersonal. Servants seem so rude, but that's basically what I'm looking for. However, I lack messengers who could properly approach those people, and I don't want to do it all myself. Could I borrow some of your Were-Rats, perhaps?
Izure, like squints, looks up. The Were-Rats were wanting to get away from Elm anyway, she thinks to herself. She says, I suppose I can spare a few. Do not expect them to be well informed about any individual situation, but they're certainly capable of conveying a message, delivering it for you even.
I need a message into Elversold. I want to invite the lizard folk down below as well. And really anything or anyone else who is not yet in our service who might decide to throw in their lot with the winning side.
Missouri says, consider then specifically who it would be that you would request come here.
Of course, I'll get back to you.
He says, yes. You can even make use of the stone.
Perhaps I will.
She like looks around. Has the gardener gotten his organic material he required?
Oh, I hope he has enough to do whatever it is he does.
Delightful.
It's like one of the caves, which is like, I guess, like full of whatever Malignant has been getting. Yes,
Like
it's
rotting,
covered
decomposing
in
bodies.
insects, yeah.
The
Good
camera
churning
cuts over
massive.
there. Ugh. Mazer, he says, fine. My primary purpose here was to deliver the stone and check on your arrangements for whatever meeting it was that you desired here. Is there any action you seek to take against the giants? If they're willing to stand there at the dam and gather rocks and goblins, I'm willing to leave them there. For now.
I was half tempted to invite them as well.
He says, well, that would be a choice. I would not willingly send any of my were-rats to deliver a message to them.
I don't think there would be much point to it.
I do not think so either.
We can taunt them in other ways.
We most certainly could, Valignith. I'll leave you to your business.
Oh yes, there's much to do still. Have I mentioned before that I hate complicated?
Once or twice, Valignith.
Well, I do.
She nods, feigning empathy, and flies away from the Fane of Dragons.
Before you go,
She like comes to like a stop, like midair, like looks back, like circles back again. What is it, Valignith? This is not the first time you stopped me like this.
well, you leave so early every single time. I seek
Go
to
on.
implement a rule for this place. One that is, should you bring wealth into this place, it shall not leave it again.
Missouri says, define wealth.
I will not.
And Missouri says, thought you hated complicated.
I do.
Goodbye, Valignith. And she leaves. Shakes her head. Fucking complicated bastard. Alright. There's gotta be a few were-rats that either are deserving a punishment assignment or who really want to get the hell away from Elm. Bored here. I can go hand-deliver them to the Dragon Fane. Go pluck a few. Scurry them up. To serve the purposes that Valignant desires. And chop that up is not my problem.
There's a good chance also to go and infect some more people if they get out. You know.
That's absolutely correct. Are there actually any capable of infecting people now besides the one?
There is the one. She has not had any children yet. Or if she does, at least they're not grown up enough.
Right.
You know, it takes a generation, basically.
Yeah, makes sense. They don't operate on dragon timetables.
No, they don't. They have human time. But eventually, probably. But for now, I mean, if they go, she'll go and see if she can
By all
find
means.
more. Growing the family is important.
Yep.
They
Get
lose
into
people
it.
here and there. They gotta have more.
They absolutely do lose people here and there.
They've been poaching from the plague camps, a little bit from Elm, but now people are getting sort of annoyed.
Harder for people to do that from
Yes,
Elm now.
There is, of course, the question. It's not been asked, but it's been probably at this point insinuated. Worms Hamlet, it's not really doing a whole lot of good as it is, and maybe they would do better if they were all were-rat. It's a lot of benefits, a lot of power comes with it.
Yeah.
Billscar don't use silver. It's
Yeah, it's true. It did leave the
whole different type of thing.
Yeah. It
The
would
town
be.
worth anyway.
Yeah. Perfectly valid points. Think Vertilith at the time, Vertilith had the diplomatic peace there and installed like the voice of the tyranny who was going to wield that blade until his death.
Yeah.
And it was going to be used for like a mishmash of commercial enterprises and potentially a staging point for an attack on Elm. Those haven't materialized, and Telraxis is kind of not with us anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, tell you what, Zaze or whoever, the were-rats in general, informed that no action will be taken against Worms Hamlet until the voice of the tyranny passes away. He who wields that special dragonbone blade. Such time, its circumstances will be reevaluated.
Mm-hmm. All right, and
that'll all be what we say about that.
And with that command, the voice of the dragon's life might have been artificially shortened when applicable or when possible.
Yeah. I like to think of it as like she's not intending that, but I like to think of it as a creative misinterpretation by the minions. She'll then go, damn it. It's not what I meant, but
so he's not really leaving the town. It's happening to get in without being noticed. Everyone sort of knows everyone in Worms Hamlet. So, but should he leave, he might find himself,
That's right. Idle hands, right? It gives the were-rat something to think about. That's why I wanted to word it that way. You gotta let the NPCs have some fun too.
Indeed. All right. Is there any other business? Does the dragon want to go do something? They want to continue their various projects.
It sounds like Sheep and I are looking to continue our various projects instead of acting together, at least against the giant expedition.
I would never be opposed to take another stab at them, but it sounds currently like they are basically hunkering down. Which means they might not offer any easy targets for us.
Well, they're also delaying themselves.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to delay them if they're delaying themselves.
Their gods told them that if they did not, calamity would come, so...
Yep. Like, they're fortifying a position we ultimately can fly over, so... it's not great, but... we can always resolve it like we did the Serpentine Earl once upon a time. Piss him off enough to leave it. Yeah, I don't intend to take any hostile direct action. I can shift to downtime again, especially since Sheep sounds like he wants to organize this convention.
Dragon Con.
Dragon
Con. Real thing, isn't it?
Fane Con.
No, Fane Con doesn't.
All right. Let's just do it.
All right, go for it then, Sheep.
Yeah, Elignaf wants to finish up the supplication of his place, the supplying. Let's see, what skill haven't I used yet? I actually want to do two things, but that's unrelated. It's probably finishing up bringing all the stuff for the gardener. I don't know how specific his requests are, but he needs organic stuff.
He needs stuff.
And lots of it, so that's probably a lot of carrying back and forth. And maybe it annoys Wellington a little bit because he's basically a beast of burden here, but there's no alternative, and soon he'll be a large dragon who never has to do that again because he'll have people to do it for him. But for now, I would suggest endurance, perhaps, heaving all the heavy loads to not exactly the top of the mountains, but very close to it. From the fertile valley below, like rotten trees and bodies and like
dragging them through the mud and what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the mud of the Central Valley is certainly perfect for this sort of thing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just lots of flying with mud.
Mud flying. Excellent. He's great at mud flying.
Lots of flying stuff. Yeah, well that does it. That will complete his great complete actually. It's going to get lots of stuff. And soon, like there'll be smoothed patches and such of like black essentially with like insect leavings covering many walls and some such. Where the gardener will be doing his thing, beginning to move the swarms more as like a symphony, orchestering music or some such, weaving them around to do various tasks that are minute. He seems to certainly have an eye for detail, though it's how it really works or what he's actually doing. But presumably things are going well, as Strict won't be requesting any more stuff.
Great.
Seemingly having enough.
He'll basically get pretty much exactly a quarter of the area that the Fane spans to do with as he pleases. Wellington himself will concern himself with another quarter, putting up what's the fancy word I like so much? Sconces. And torches. That is the right word, right? What is this?
Surely.
Yes, it is.
It's a scone.
And overall being displeased how hard it is to get things to stay warm, but you'll figure something out. Playing interior decorator.
I know, it was so easy to keep things warm beneath ground with that mazer and his furnace not too far away and everything else.
Fire and heat bubbling up from below.
But here, this that dry, well, less dry, although you're warming it up.
It gets warm in summer here. Very warm, really.
Very warm. We're just not, we're off season right now.
Yeah, he's definitely working to have all 4 elements and their in-betweens represented. Air at least is easy, so that's check.
There's an air here. You can breathe. Done.
Yeah. Alright, so he'll do that.
Okay.
Sure.
Actually, there was one more thing, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, there wasn't. Never mind.
Okay.
All right.
As
for Amy Zure, I think what she's gonna do is have a tour around some other bodies of this lake here that aren't Elm. So she'll go check out the ruins of the eel fort, see that how well it's doing, and if it's still in the same
goblins up there.
Okay. Yeah. She'll take some of those beautiful poison thorn branches that were there, and she'll put those somewhere in her lair because she liked those, and she'll go check out eyeball the wooden bridge.
It's rickety. If a giant walked over it, it'd probably break.
Thinks about destroying it or luring a creature over it. Besides, nah. She goes check out Worm's Hamlet, which is sequester itself and solitude with all the chaos that's happening outside. Checks for the news.
Yeah, it's quiet. They're afraid. Dragon is both protection but also trepidation.
Right.
They fish the waters of the lake for food these days, but it is the trade has been shutting down. It's it looks somewhat grim in there. People don't have a lot of hope for the future.
Yeah. Trying to think how Imizure would rate these people who are hopeless, and it's just there's no connection point I can draw. She's a dragon. They're like weak human creatures. Like they see no hope for the future. She gets stronger. She lives for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. They'll figure it out. Like they've lived longer than what they should have if the dragons hadn't interfered. So, it's their lot in life. She goes. She like flies back to the beach that we scouted ever so long ago. She like frolics like in the body of water. Like bathes in that as is her birthright. And comes back to like over here, like flies over like her hunting grounds, scopes it out. Maybe there's more people who want to offer a tribute.
She does notice something, but it's actually by the ruined lizard tribe village.
Uh-huh.
There's some lizard folk moving about in it, looking through the rubble. They're covered in they seem wet and covered in slick black mud at the moment, but they seem to be looking around, making lizard folk noises and some such.
Curious. She knew like this sort of stuff was here. It was before like she moved in. Yeah, she's seen some strange sightings up here in the north.
Mm-hmm.
Lizard folk. What the hell? Let's see what happens. She like appears above the village, and she spirals down towards it, giving them plenty of time to react however they see fit.
They see the dragon, and seem to. It's basically as it becomes quite clear who the leader is.
Okay.
As they defer to that one. The leader stands out a bit because the leader is wearing metal armor, probably made. I mean, most definitely, probably should recognize it as some of what Belignith made way back. The others are not. It seems like the thing is highly prized, but it certainly seems to be sort of a war band.
Okay.
With the leader, given that there's no.
Okay. She will land just outside, just south of like the ruined village, just like crunches down like into like the muddy ground.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes whipping around, though very much focused on their leader, who is wearing armor that, that's interesting. She like goes back in her memory, like it was the Blood Spike tribe, and she doesn't remember who these people were, but they probably aren't the Blood Spike. That's really far away.
Yeah, this is very far away.
Yeah. Like observes. They have like all like the unarmored like lizard folk like crowded around and like deferred to the armored lizard person.
The armored lizard person also has a mystic, or seemingly like a shaman with him. Right.
Like yeah. Sure. Spirit me away, almighty God. I'm interacting with all the lesser creatures today. Sheep.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're around here, and they don't really go into the mountain.
Yeah.
No one lives there, so...
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. What are the sort of pet creatures that these lizard folk have? We've never encountered these before over the course of the campaign.
Give me a nature check.
I will.
Take a look at them.
Roll 1d20 plus 11 for nature. 25.
These are cockatrice. They are the unholy union, really. Unfortunate or rare union between a snake and a chicken, some would say. They are small beings, generally. Rather fast. Not super intelligent at all. They don't speak. They're the animals, beasts, basically. They have the one dangerous trait that they have the power to petrify people. Their bite is petrifying, and so that's sort of that's what makes them dangerous.
Right.
Beyond that, they're not super sort of scary. They're not super tough. If you get bitten, chances are that you turn to stone.
She looks at them and she thinks to herself, I would love to have those as pets. Those look great. You can domesticate
They
them.
seem to be somewhat controlled by the lizard folk, much like she has seen the behemoths in the limited time she was.
Yes.
These ones have a different kinds of creature, perhaps befitting their position in the world.
Okay. Nimuzure will, like, this will be the time she uses her outside voice instead of, like, you know, like how she communicated with the scared scholar. She says, I am Imizure Lidrafir, slayer of the Serpentine Earl, and servant of Malar. You stand just on the fringes of my territory, and I've not seen you poking around these ruins before. What brings you here? And looking directly at the armored one, you who is armored unlike any other.
He'll look at the dragon and will perhaps unlike the human before, he'll step forward. He looks at the dragon, sees it, recognizes its strength, but chooses still to sort of step forward.
Okay.
You know, he will speak. I'll apologize for not making the perfect lizard voice here.
It's okay. I don't think I sound like a dragon.
Yeah. I am the scion of the Sunseeker tribe. We were destroyed, but I was below. I have returned, readied, and with fellows collected to take my revenge upon those who destroyed us.
Gosh, Manikai, this sounds like such an obtuse thing that only the were-rats could have told her. Like, I know that we know this, like, out of character, but does she know at all who's responsible for killing the tribe?
Give me a history check. Let's
Sure.
just say, can she figure that out? The were-rats might have reported something. Although beyond that, she does have some recent events to go for.
It's true.
Like
10.
She's not sure.
Yeah.
Like,
It makes perfect sense. Like, why would she care, right? Missouri accepts this, like, intakes this in, and says, Then I have no problem with your presence. My relocation here happened after your tribe's destruction. Though it does interest me, Armored One, that you bear. She, like, looks up and down again. I know the designs of what you wear.
Nods slightly with his head. Sort of, it's not really a nod. It's more like a bending forward slightly with his upper body and sort of a,
How
mouth
did
slightly
you come
open.
about the metal you have?
The dragon forged armor was made in a place far below and far away. I have gained it through battle, through prowess, through work as a mercenary. I captured humans above and traded them to the. And then he says a word that probably like a lizard word for illithid, which might not make a lot of sense there, but you can probably, through context, like,
Yeah.
what that means. Many favors and many fights had to be done for us to be where we are. My own tribe was destroyed. These are all adoptees from others. Gestures around.
She inhales. She accepts that. Valignus work has gotten around the dragon forged armor. Mizore says, Then you and I, we have no quarrel. What you seek then is a hunt. And as a servant of Malar, I can deeply appreciate that hunt.
yeah, look at the dragon, and we'll give the dragon like a nod and says, go
Mhm.
then, and be at peace. We have no quarrel with you.
Yes. Do take care should you venture further south, away from your. She lets that trail off, as she will take off and fly away. And leave them to their business. If nothing else, they're here. Where rats aren't going to fuck with them because they withdrew from Elm. They're kind of busy elsewhere. And it looks like these lizard folk are busy trying to, fuss around with whatever else.
Mhm.
That's not her problem. Not doing anything here. She doesn't care about that. Like, ooh, whoop-de-doo, ruins.
They'll be trying to reestablish their presence here for a bit.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if adventurers want to do something about them, that's their business. God forbid I take away future XP, like rewards for adventurers wanting to beat up more lizard folk.
They have to have that scaling difficulty,
That's right.
Otherwise, how are they gonna-
Wouldn't that be a meta plan to prevent all the adventures? Just make sure all low-level threats are just not there.
Take away all their XP.
All the boss, all the goblins, just eradicated, leaving only giants and
The
ogres.
DC they have to beat to actually defeat goals is based on the difficulty of the foes and tasks involved. So
Yep.
it's not like it wouldn't actually work.
Yeah. Looking for what I actually want to pursue during my downtime, it's going to be a whole lot of nothing, I think, Manikai. I think Imizuri is going to stay in her hunting grounds. She's still on the lookout for. She doesn't expect more tribute-like deliverers, but if there's folks who are coming in to hunt, whether it's predators that Amrath mentioned there on the edges, perhaps sent by the Lord of Winter Pipers, or whether it's someone who might be coming after the were-rats themselves, this is her home, and damn it, she is going to make sure that all creatures, big and small, natural and otherwise, are informed that Imizuri Lidrafir, these are her hunting grounds.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Just frolics through the land. Woo!
Yeah, just gotta hang out.
Yep,
All right.
gotta hang
Well, then you can, instead of doing any action, you can take the draconic essence
I most certainly will.
by indulging your draconic vices, if you will.
Yes. I don't need to take action against anything. Like, why would I need to instigate further what's happening up there with Elm and the Spellscarred? I've already done my work. Be patient. Yeah, the giants? Nah, there's no need to do anything more. Be patient.
All right.
Not my problem.
And as the downtime, we'll pass.
As the world turns.
Time.
That's right, time.
Yes. So we are now in the end of winter.
I like meeting all these interesting people. Couldn't meet these in the valley. They'd be too scared.
I know.
Well, there were people in the valley until they all got killed.
Yeah. So, mysterious events. I mean, it was giants and ogres who killed them, man.
Massive monastery. There was like a dwarven
Yeah.
cult. There was a kobold village. There was like
Let's not talk about the kobolds, please.
there was like a bandit group. And it was like full of people.
That's what happens when 4 dragons move in.
Oh yeah, it's like a mass purge.
That's what happens when a kobold can only speak 4 nonsensical words.
The monastery, we didn't destroy it, but it got indirectly destroyed by us.
Yeah. They had an
The dwarf-
understanding until they didn't.
That's right. The dwarven cult, I mean, we didn't like their offer. Yeah. The harpies, I mean.
No.
Yeah.
Giant birds.
Yeah. The giant birds tried to eat us.
That's true.
Yeah.
Silverlignov wanted to see what the eggs taste like.
Yeah. That was a defensive war, I'll have you, against the giant birds.
Yeah. She wants to be at the precipice of draconic power.
Yeah.
To
You
speak
know?
to people who are not completely devoured.
Yeah. Or, stupid like ogres are. It's hard to have a conversation with
It
with
really,
them.
really is. But they make excellent servants for bigger and stronger things whom they're afraid of.
Yeah, they just aren't as afraid of me as I'd like them to be.
They don't know to be.
Yeah. And in order for me to teach them, I basically have to kill them, so...
Tyraxus had ogres, but they got killed by adventurers, so...
Yeah, they did.
Then there was one of the dam that also got killed by giants.
Yeah.
They usually... the thing is, they don't... If they lose a fight, they don't really... They usually don't get to live.
Right. They don't... They don't... I would say they don't have an opportunity to grow and learn from the experience, but...
Dragons have put into learning program for ogres.
I mean, the spell scar
XP
has
for
proven it could
ogres.
happen.
Charity.
All right.
All right.
That's our
Let's roll provoke chord and see if he delays himself further or if.
Want to throw the D4 again, Sheep?
Yes,
All right.
please.
A 1.
He does not delay.
Oh no.
No, that is a call for action, call for forward movement, call for aggression.
Like he did when he took the dam.
Yeah. It is time to move and take control of another significant location. To him, at least. Leaving a garrison at the dam, he will move on to what used to be.
Yeah.
Used to be. The Serpent Earl's lair, though it
Yeah.
certainly isn't anymore. It's a completely destroyed location. That said, it is a
disgusting
high
creature.
rise. It won't get flooded with gross swamp water. It
Yeah.
has a good view of what goes through in valley and what goes out above, and it's a great place to strike out from, where most of the valley is reachable within a day.
Yeah, we remember that location. That disgusting creature with the sturge pets who... Ugh.
Yeah. Another inhabitant that just got demolished eventually.
Yeah.
He was ogre though, too dumb for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Splitting the force in two. Leaving one of the mystics to oversee the dam.
Okay.
Well,
I don't think that's our time to strike, but it happened.
you don't?
I think we would be hard-pressed to take a stone giant standing on top of a dam.
Oh, there's more than just a stone.
Yeah, there's definitely more than just
Not
a stone
alone.
giant, too. Like, split in half being what it is, so it's the stone giant, and then you have other giants and ogres and goblins and hobgoblins beneath him.
Nah, true. We need Veristrix at least.
Yeah. But, that dam may have its own missions that it wants to do. Poke fun at.
Yeah, it's likely that from this new camp, maybe one of the hill giants will be named the new Serpentine Earl, responsible for keeping this land clean of dragons and monsters and stuff. That seems likely. That's probably what he's going to do. Beyond that, going out to strike at locations. Wait, what's in store? There's a couple of them. They work much like other giants have in the past. If they find a place that seems like dragons are using it, they don't need it, they'll just break it.
Yep, we remember that policy.
Vandalizing everything, whether it be the grove, whether it be the cavern that goes to the Underdark, or lots of stuff can be broken if you have giants.
Yep.
You can tear down the pipe, collapse everything.
If Giants built it, I guess Giants gonna make it too.
Stomping the warheads to collapse them. We'll
Uh,
see what they get to do, but they're certainly attacking.
They sure are. Okay. Anything else take place?
Probably bundles of dead harpies show up, having been
Oh no.
rock destroyed as these nests have been bombarded by them.
Oh, if only they had the
Easy to
protection.
chuck rocks there, just break those pillars. That
Maybe.
live on.
Yeah, maybe the harpies will learn proper deference and respect. Who's been protecting them this entire time?
Varstix isn't here.
Yeah,
Maybe they'll have to go to the play camp instead.
they will.
Yeah.
Anything else happen during the downtime?
We could roll for the heroes. Usually we do that it's technically their turn to do things, but usually we do that like at the end of or the beginning of the session.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just to not have it too cluttered.
All right.
We'll see. Maybe they will. There's some of them that are trying to burn down the cultist camp.
That's true.
That might.
I was thinking about that. That might change, like what it is that, like if
You want to accomplish.
yeah, what I might want to accomplish, or what the hell is happening north
So
of
we
me.
could roll
Right?
them now. I mean, we certainly have the time, right? So
Yeah. You
You
fine
guys-
with that shape?
Sure.
a little more
Albeit.
time on heroes than normal. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we'll see how the various heroes have been doing on their things these last month.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's start with Snoot. He has an easy job. He's moving to Red and Seer, trying to ingratiate himself with the people there. There's not
Give
much
you-
difficulty related to it. But,
I'll give you a D20.
yes, please.
17.
Oh yeah, he does it. Good. The reward for that is he's now located there. He's good. There's no
All right.
further gain from that.
Makes sense. They're like,
If you
yeah,
don't
come
go, you
in.
won't trouble him.
Yeah.
That's a reward by itself.
One adventurer group among many.
Then we have Jin. He's striking against the Spellscar camp. Given that you have an interest in Jin's affairs here,
Sure, I can roll it.
well, let's have the 2d4.
Oh no.
Remind me, do you
No,
want
this
those separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, not 4 and 4 this time, but 4
No.
and 2.
Still, that is the impact we're looking for.
Oh, for
Not
fuck's
only
sakes.
that, we also have
Fucking course, Jin. How does he keep
Personal
doing this?
growth.
Of
Just
course.
amazing Jin has managed to do a heavy strike against the play camps. Yeah, it's impact, which means that things are going to escalate with whatever situation he's involved in. I think that, I mean, given the current situation, probably the cultist, I think they interpret that as an attack from Elm. To the point where they will retaliate.
All right.
It's actually pretty good.
I
mean,
can't
there's
fucking
no-
believe Jin is doing this.
It's all in the cars, right? Impact means advancement of the
Yeah.
of the current situation.
Like, I know it's all like random rolls or pseudo random, whatever, but the fact that it's him, right? Like,
Yeah.
of course. Of course he
show
does.
up. They're like shown around, and his head's like, no, this is all gross. Fireball. Lightning bolt. Zap.
With a wink and like flick of his hair.
He breaks a bunch of people. Zune jumps around with his dual scimitars being edgy.
God.
Yeah, as they strike and kill a bunch of cultists. A whole bunch of cultists, really.
Yeah, like,
And they even learn something. You know what? Maybe Zune is the one who has personal growth at this point.
Yeah,
Maybe he's
like-
been around Jin long enough to actually begin to not
he
be such
sees
a
Jin,
goddamn
he sees
idiot about everything.
Mika, and like Zun's like, yeah, I can really take some lessons from this.
Hey,
That
I mean,
makes
if
sense.
ever they fail, Zune's kicked out of the party. The thing is, his trait means that he can't ever have friends,
Mhm.
and that if ever any problems arise, it's his fault. But Jin is just too good to. He just doesn't let that happen.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't bother me because I'm just fucking awesome. So.
Yeah. I consider it a personal handicap when you really think about it, making it a fair fight for them. He goes to Cormier, gets wealthy, comes back. Can't.
Befriends fans and their enemies.
And they're enemies for what
Valuable
game?
lessons about the world. And then goes to rate the spell card.
You know, as you do when you're an adventurer.
I'm glad he wasn't going self-hunting for were-rats. I don't know whether I could have prevented that.
So there's no more rats. They're all just every. Speaking of that, there is people from hell on the were-rat. Discover the rabbits plot and infiltration. They have a pretty bad penalty here at the moment. For a not super easy task. So let's see if they actually fail.
So they D20?
Yep.
Do that.
That's a failure. They do not do it. They do not manage to make any progress.
Team Hell finally runs into something that it can't push over.
Most chance here is that nothing happens, but she could even D4.
Oh, sure.
If there's something really bad happen. Yes, they are in fact wounded by the situation.
Do they go like, to hell with it, and leave?
Yes, but it does in fact mean that the next time heroes do something, they don't. They have to retreat and recover, and they got their nose bloodied. Basically, they lost. Maybe they were harassing somewhere at something, and then like a cloud of poison from above.
Yeah,
like
Green Dragon swoops down.
You know, doesn't recognize them. They're just pathetic beings, but no.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't figure it out.
Hopefully they spread the good word. Don't come down here.
They've done so well, though.
Yeah. Like,
take me with you.
It's true. They really had. Hell's been steamrolling everything.
Yeah. Murder of the kobolds, so now were-rats were next on the menu. Nope, that was wrong.
No.
Well,
will Hell learn, or will Hell be like the ogres?
Yeah, as yeah, I think given what's going on currently, you know, there was a strike against the plague camp. Deaths were many. People who now will not be integrated, as it were. Plague camp will gather their inquisitors, go and try to teach Elm a lesson. Probably.
Okay.
Strike at them, like, you know, maybe even like burn one of the outer like tree guards of the city.
Oh no!
Burning the golden tree guard down.
Oh, if there's anything,
fire, so the citizens can see it.
If there's anything the people of Elm will respond to, it's that.
Yeah,
that's great.
Burning the tree, which of course fans the flames of Elm. The real. I mean, something's going to happen, right? That's not okay. The real question is what's going to happen to the Comerians, who are going to try to stop it. But I suppose we'll see.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
They are well respected and they have a lot of support, but Elm has lost a guard.
And that special ale, like that special power that Elm has to captivate people.
Yeah. You do not do this. So maybe even long enough, the Comerians could be convinced, given Elm's strange magic.
True. I think Imizura, I think, you know, the sight of like the blue fire on the night horizon would pick up the sending stone and let Valignif know that the spell card have actually struck out against Elm and set one of their trees on fire. And that, as winter is fading and transition to spring, has got to mean that those two are going to be fighting each other.
You should also notice something you haven't seen before. When that tree burns, the large one shudders slightly, and from the branches and such, bunches and bunches of sturges fall in swarms and hordes. And
Oh.
yes, they seem to also be
Sturges.
enjoying sucking the sap out of this massive tree. Having gotten just as addicted as all the people below, and no longer needing to feed on them. Tree apparently enough nourishment for them.
Oh, yeah,
The strange thick red sap.
That's not
weirdly
fucking
enough,
alarming at all.
Feeding them as they have grown strong and many and are
Yeah.
very, very eager to protect their source of eternal bliss.
Yep. Enemies are able to pause and then relay that to Malignant as well, because as it turns out, the tree is so mighty and powerful that it has tamed hordes of Sturges who will want to protect the tree.
Something that these spellscap perhaps didn't expect, though again, Sturges are not super resistant to fire.
No, I remember that.
The strike happens, they do the damage and they fall back, having lost a couple of members too, perhaps to regroup and bring back the information to the camp of what happened as their retaliatory strike. The Jin, of course, being Jin, will not claim responsibility for anything and will instead simply believe that he's doing the favor of helping get rid of this. This
I
just
did the right thing.
proves
Yeah.
that they were doing the right thing. And
Had I not attacked, it would have been worse.
yeah, it would be
I killed so many of them. Like, more tree guards would have been set on
Yes.
fire.
And Jin will probably be declared. Given that he got worth as well, he'll probably be declared like maybe they'll build like a statue of he who reveals the truth or something.
Oh God, this guy.
Smile, marble, something subtle, but yeah.
Of course, subtle. That's Jen.
Subtle, but at least like double life size.
Like, every time I've been at Adventure, I've strove to be like as impactful of a character as Jin has been.
He needs like a horse that eats meat or something.
Yes.
That's a real adventurer.
That's what it means, for sure.
Well, Villeneuve will respond to the information with the request to be informed whenever the hostilities seem to be dying down again, because he'll come and finish, it.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you want to tackle next, Sheep? Is it possible that you want to like lurk around like one of the two groups that are in the valley, like one of like the two like giant groups? Like, obviously the Vocord's like frontal force there is going to be sending out like giants and what have you to cause havoc and mayhem. We can try like targeting them. Like the group that's back here by the dam obviously needs to go out and still like forage or like hunt for goblins or whatever. So we could try to target like not the dam itself, but like any groups around that they send. You still want to leave them alone? Like, what do you want to do?
I'd like to focus on the group that's currently in the valley, mostly because they are deepest into what is objectively our territory. Like the dam is sort of the outskirts. That's not great, but it's not a huge offense. But them being in the valley, can't stay.
Like, I'm willing to, if you'd like to, like try to like indulge in a combat or harass like a like group of giants that goes out to, try and find some targets to pick. Like, we can do that, or we can transition to more planning and another downtime so you can work on actually having your meeting.
Timing-wise, ideally I'd like Verisix to be involved in the meeting. I'm not sure if that is possible due to scheduling.
Like, he's not going to be back until the 29th.
Yeah.
Or something to that effect. Like, he's not going to be back next Friday.
There's a lot of preparation I can still do for the meeting. Maybe I will. I'll think about that next session. For now, yeah, I'd like to harass that giant for sure. I mean, that looking around, there isn't much damage you can actually do because none of the stuff in the valley really.
Right, shit's been wrecked already by giants. Like,
but it's the principle of the thing. They're in our place, and that's reason enough, honestly.
Yeah, with the mudslides and what have you, the giants themselves won't be bothered too much. But any sort of like lesser beings under them will have some problems. Yeah, we can lurk around the collapsed cavern then, where once upon a time we set up our own lair. If they send out any groups of something that Valignith and Missouri think they can actually handle, like one hill giant in like what we fought earlier, or maybe 2 hill giants and not all of that we fought earlier, then I think like the 2 dragons be willing to give that a try in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're being aggressive, and they're going now for like destruction, right? They'll be
maybe think
break.
about it with the mud. Maybe we can bait a group of them that has like goblins and hobgoblins in it, so they chase us. But with the mud and the weather situation, only really the giants and ogres are actually gonna be able to keep up, and then we only have to deal with those.
Actually, their strategy seems to be when goblins or hobgoblins seize the dragons to mostly get help.
Yeah.
When possible. The giants are here to fight dragons, not the other things are here to forage and build palisade and stuff like that.
That's cool. I'm perfectly fine with fighting giants and ogres anyway.
Huh.
They're the ones who matter.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't want to be shot by fucking goblins. 700 goblins shooting me. I don't want that in my life.
Yeah.
If only your amulet worked against ranged attacks too.
If only. Yeah. Let's find one of those groups out there causing destruction and mayhem and punish them. How dare you go towards the ancient pipe? Rude. Unacceptable.
Yeah.
My only worry would be that they reach like Bassarak and are like suddenly buddies.
No. The last group, the last time the ogres and giants reached Bassarak, they were not buddies.
Yeah. To be fair though, the Earl was a huge idiot.
Well...
Comparatively, I assume, to this fire giant.
It might not be the fire giant who makes it there,
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these groups are smaller in size, but that also gives them more versatility to move.
Mm-hmm.
Given that giants don't have to wait for smaller creatures.
That makes sense.
They can stride quite far. Giants are generally fast, especially as this is earth and hill giants, two types that are very well versed in this terrain.
Yeah, Valignith and Missouri definitely have speed issues. If they actually wanted to just keep away from us, we would have a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but basically it sends out, currently the camp is sending out wrecking teams to various places that might be visible.
Yeah.
Essentially with the orders to probably just like break all of it. Like if there are caves that they're too small for the giants to fit in, just collapse them. With enough stone, like solve the problem, right?
Yeah. All right, then Valignith and Missouri will intercept one of the wrecking teams. Then
send water in there. That will also.
That seems so excessive.
Just flood it.
They're trying to chase us dragons out, so that
it's like
we
a
flood
pest
their
problem.
lairs. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll smoke them out.
Well, one team. It might seem small, but these are big creatures. 2 hill giants and the stone giant sent out. The stone giant seemingly administratively responsible for essentially each of the teams. There are currently 3 of these groups working to destroy things, meaning that they'll actually get things done pretty fast. To tear up everything that's around and just make things miserable.
Can we know like what locations like those wrecking teams are going for, or is it like?
Yes, they are probably going for what's closest, meaning that it's the harpy nests, it's the ancient pipe, and it is the remains of the rat warrens first.
Okay.
From there, they'll probably begin striking out further, but that would require further scouting as well.
Harpy nests sheep seem very much in the realm of Veristrix, wink wink, and the spells card, which is beyond our concern at this point. They're not really ours anymore.
Yeah.
The rats have moved out. Like, this ground sucks. They basically live with me now. The ancient pipe, I think, is a great spot to defend because they might think one of us lives there.
I do also have a special place in my heart for the burn clearing.
I don't think they can wreck the burn clearing.
No.
I don't think it's special to them in any way. Like, there's no caverns there or anything. Like, there used to be a house there, and then, or something.
They'll probably eat the goats, but yeah.
Yeah, the pipe might be a place that we could use to our advantage.
Yeah, especially since, you know, like, the opening of that, at the very least, the giants are actually able to walk through, normally. So yeah, let's deal with the wrecking team that heads there. They might think that one of us lives there, and we don't. Let's intercept that team.
All right. How far in do you want to intercept them? Should I put them on what kind of ground should I put them on?
You want to fight them in the mud? You want to fight them like in the hill? Like, you want to fight them like inside the interior of the pipe itself? Basically, like, I don't want to fight them inside the pipe. I'd rather like
No,
I'm fine
outside
with
for
fighting
sure.
Nice stuck
like-
without being able to fly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather fight them like outside.
We'll put them by the river here. That makes sense as a place.
Yep. That old familiar sight, the river.
You know, it goes right through.
It sure does.
It's a convenient location to
Yeah.
fight things.
I remember the wave of kobolds we had to sacrifice here to ensure our survival. Good time.
They died as they lived.
Stupid.
Idiots. Yeah, I mean, maybe your dragons, maybe you wait until they have to. I mean, they're not really, they're giants. They're not really impeded by the river at all.
Yeah, it's not like they have to make a crossing. No, it's like
Just
whatever.
Strided.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are moving fast. Got their rock piles. They're, you know, big and
Let's go.
tough.
This is gonna be something, sheep. I know we had a long rest, but this is gonna be something.
Oh, I've got dailies, it's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, we're fully restored. It just that's a lot of firepower they have.
Oh, let me tell you something about firepower.
All right, well, let's do it.
All right, over initiative. Do this. No, I used my high initiative roll last time. Not this time.
You want to just be there when we start?
And you want us like here? I can be here.
Sure. You know that this is where fate put us. So
Yeah, it's where fate.
Yeah, that's who did it.
Yeah, you're the one who's always itching for a fight anyway.
I mean, basically, you're flying towards them, right? To get
Yep.
in range. As they turn, the Stowe Giant says some rock-sounding words, grinding in their own language. As they turn, the two dumb hill giants sort of glaring up. The Stone Giant with sort of a cold, expressionless face will raise one of those rocks and send it your way, Malignant.
38, yeah. That hits. Bashing into him, but he's not gonna change course. He's going straight for them.
Well, you get another one. That is not actually rolling it.
Oh no, no!
My macro to make macros.
It's a good thing I engaged that one hill giant in melee early. It's just that we never had to see the shame.
That also hits. This is fine.
Oh, no, we'll have this guy's too. What? Oh, did I have the wrong one? I did. I was like, is this already fixed? That doesn't make sense. I would have gone and edited one token to be crappier than the next. Well, let's see.
That, however, misses.
It's basically they just, I mean, they'll probably sort of walk out a little bit here to get a little more distance, but then chuck stones Seems to be a good way to fight dragons.
Yeah, the distance bothers me.
That's what happens when they get to go first, you know? If only we had all the initiative feats.
But those are so
Well-
worthless. Nobody ever needs initiative.
They're not
My
worthless
ca-
in the slightest.
My character has never been the one who has like an itchy trigger finger for the fight.
Manakai, the river doesn't impede the giants, doesn't impede us.
No, not at this point. You're too big.
Yeah.
All right.
It was definitely
it's unpleasant, but you're fine.
it was definitely difficult for us when we were littler.
Yeah.
That means
In the wet season, it'll be difficult terrain. But then again, most of it, this place will be, given the
Yes.
amount of water. But right now, no. It's running fast, but not.
Villagers will land, and then he shall feel empowered by the divine power that lies in all dragons, but especially in him.
Of course.
He will move his 6, as is his right. Then he will... Oh, this is going to be okay. As a free action, something I've not yet done because I forgot, honestly, is
Okay.
that he will be divinely fortunate. As, you know, this is a dangerous fight, this is what he lives for, and perhaps that is being appreciated by, you know, someone up above or down below, depending on, you know, your perspective.
Each bit of it, yeah.
Which means he will get another +1 to his next attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
I should not have used that at this time, but that's fine. So that was a smooth standard. As a minor, he's gonna breathe all over this giant.
And that's going to eat up your +1 from Channel Divinity, right?
Yes, hence
Okay.
why I shouldn't have used it at this point, but too late. 21.
That just hits.
Oh, good. Maybe you know it was fortunate I used it at that point. For 20 fire damage.
Fire washes over the thing.
Right, then he's gonna spend an action point
Oh my.
for more fire.
More fire. So it's just breathing and then just more fire.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That hits.
You know, breathing, inhaling, breathing again for another 17.
I
And
mean, of course.
then
What was
illuminated.
this about the dragons not having breath weapons enough?
Yeah.
Was it D4 turns or something?
And then
Hey, he took that's his thing, you know?
it's his thing, it's true. And then summoning even more fire, he shall wreath his flames in said fire and attack with his weapon of astral flame. 25 versus reflex. Is that really versus reflex? I think it is.
Conjuration.
Yes, he conjures a fire that will cover his claws as he strikes.
Okay, well, reflex. 10 damage.
Yes, he also takes a -2 penalty to attack rolls until the end of Willign's next turn.
-2. Alright.
Do you have to sustain that this turn, or can you sustain
No,
it
next turn.
Okay.
Starting next turn, I can spend a minor action to sustain it and do an attack while sustaining. As he will strike and strike.
All right.
Giant stacker it slightly. For the blows.
Illusory takes a free action to look at all this. You're like, what the fuck? What the hell is that? So it's a lot of fire. There's some greenery over here,
Just like steam.
pouring from like the riverbed. Like, that's awkward. Go ahead and move my 7, like so. Howdy. It's a move action. Minor action is going to get me to use Battle Mind's Demand to mark the Hill Giant 2 and Stone Giant 1. Huzzah. Standard action is going to be to... Yeah, I probably should use this ability, so I will. Look here at the Hill Giant 2, who's reeling from fire. And as like steam rises from the riverbed, Rocks will then rise too. I will use my Living Fortress ability and lash out at the hill giant. 31 versus armor class.
That definitely hits.
That is 22 damage, and Mizure now has cover, and will grant any ally adjacent to her cover. I will then action point. Because, I mean, I'm here. I should probably Alpha Strike the scary, terrible giants. By action pointing, I now become insubstantial and phasing.
Mm-hmm.
And phasing. Huzzah. And because hill giants are scary and terrible and horrible creatures, really all giants are. That's why they're our eternal enemies. I will, let's see here, have that many points. Then I should take off 2 more power points. And look at this hill giant too. And try to use Knifing Wind to cut into his brain. The 2 power point augmented Knifing Wind attack. 34 versus armor class.
Oh, yes.
That'll be 22 damage. And the hill giant is dazed until the end of my next turn.
And he's bloodied.
Ah!
Staggered by having 2 dragons, basically like pounds with fire and death.
That's right.
Down, splashing into the water.
Right.
Spraying everywhere.
Or like the lion thick creatures that like pounce on you. That'll be the end of my turn.
Well, giant,
Not my problem, he says.
that's what he needs to do. He's a smart giant.
Daze does mean that he doesn't like help with the whole combat advantage thing, or am I misremembering that?
I am not sure.
I think that's true.
Maybe.
See, dazed, you can't flank an enemy.
Then you can't flank an enemy. He'll still do it.
Makes sense. Once upon a time, that hill giant won't be dazed. Yeah.
Days. Then yeah. Time to maybe alpha strike these dragons.
Makes perfect sense. It's almost like what we're doing. Again,
Use the staggering sweep.
that will not hit me.
Well, that's
And
a shift 2.
And as an immediate reaction, because I was missed with an attack by that creature, I will make my persistent Harrier attack, which will miss. 20 versus armor class against the stone giant.
That will miss.
Yep. I figured, damn it. I don't do some crazy teleport bullshit. Damn it.
This giant would love to use his cool whirlwind attack, but it only works on medium or smaller creatures. So he cannot. Instead, he simply has to hit Missouri. Try to.
That will not hit.
Otherwise, just sort of stand there. He's dazed. This giant will charge.
Oh no.
+1 to hit. No. That's not very good. That's actually the worst. Okay.
You have been
Maybe
overwhelmed.
the water's a little thicker, deeper than he thought. And, like, gets into the mud and like sticks and pulls and
Steam pours in his eye. Yeah.
Gets there. It's very steamy. Malignant.
Alright, in his fiery rage, he shall spend a minor action to sustain his weapon of astral flame. Which means he makes an attack against the hill giant. 29 versus reflex.
That hits.
For 12 fire damage. And then...
If you have any other ways of taking advantage of that daze effect, by all means.
Not taking advantage of... But... no, instead he will advance on this giant inexorably. Before the first attack, he'll shift here, 26 versus AC.
1 hit, 23 is a miss.
For 20, but he will still shift before the attack to here. Then I do have a move action, which doesn't really do much good for me. It shifts some more, but it's pointless. Yep, that'll be it. Done
All
a
right.
good chunk of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was an invigorating attack, so he gets 10 hit points equal to his con mod, which is free.
Okay. I'm no longer insubstantial and phasing. Sort of wink back fully into existence.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going, everyone? Glad to be here. Look at the Dave's enemy. Hill Giant 2. Nod. All right, we can work with this. 2 power point twisted eye attack on Hill Giant 2. That'll be a 38 versus armor class. That is 19 untyped. Actually, excuse me, my bad. I have beguiling advantage. He is dazed. That is 22 damage on Hill Giant 2. And Hill Giant 2 is blinded.
1-2, gotcha.
Yep. Still dazed until the end of my turn, but I'm not going to make an attack against him. I'm going to shift up here 1. And then use this opportunity to not use that effect. Let's try that again. I'm going to breathe poison over these 2 giants.
All right. Hill Giant, then Stone Giant.
25 and 24 versus reflex.
That is both hits.
9 points of poison damage. Okay. That was a minor, a move, and a standard. My turn is over.
Well, he is still marked. Obey the mark. Move over and swing down a big club.
Oh, yeah, that gets me.
Right.
17 damage, and I'm marked. Oh, no. Takes me to 80 hit points.
Stone
God.
Giants are very resolute.
Yeah.
Don't get to ignore him.
No. Sticky. No, don't be sticky.
Attack as well.
Sticky giant, glue giant.
-5.
-5.
Is there a...
Well, a -5 would hit, except I have cover.
Okay. So a lucky blow.
Yep.
Averted by the stone.
Yeah, lucky blow averted by the stones. Hooray!
And this
Phew.
one, well, you know,
I mean, why not, right?
shift over here and bring it down.
That will not hit.
The Giants, not too difficult to hit, really, but very tough, and also hitting very hard when they manage to land a hit.
Yeah.
So,
I can keep taking them for now.
Yeah. Vadagnov is gonna sustain his attack, so he'll attack the giant 2. 30. Or
that hits.
10 fire damage. And then, as his standard action, how are we looking? We are looking fine. Oh, don't want to move. Thank you.
It's right next to me. You have cover. Woo!
Cover.
Ah!
Yes, that is why I want to stay there.
Dragons
Good.
wild for cover.
Instead of setting me on fire.
Vadagnov is gonna strike at this giant once more, trying to set him up for Emmy should she desire to attack. 30 versus AC for 21 damage.
I won't do it even with the advantage. Well, 30 versus AC? 20, right?
20, sorry.
21.
Ah, damn it.
So he is on his last legs.
That is that.
Here's a ray.
Okay. Shift up here. Keep making the stone giant walk. Lord knows what it could do if it could, like,
Yeah.
standard and move. That'd be terrible.
When a creature marked by the stone giant shifts or moves within its reach.
You've activated his
It
trap
has
card.
a shift. He'll bring down. He doesn't care that it's a shift. He'll bring down the club anyway.
Okay. Yeah, that hits me. That's rude. I'll remember this.
Giant already on moving like earth. Oh, stone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've seen others like you before.
Mhm.
Unaugmented Twisted Eye attack against Hill Giant 2. 37 versus armor class.
Oh, yes, that hits.
18 damage against Hill Giant 2.
Crumbles to the floor, barely standing after the onslaught of flame and death.
That was at the -2, like 35 plus 2 -2, because I was marked. Great.
I still hit you.
Wonderful. That was a move. That was a standard. A minor action will be used to give me 9 temporary hit points. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. Well, he'll shift over here and continue, really. He's got his work cut out for him.
That will manage to hit through the cover.
Crushes probably a couple stones and then
Yeah.
brings
Like
it down on the dragon bones.
Stones trying to deflect stones. What the hell?
Yeah. He'll say a couple of giant words to the hill giant who will thereby provoke to move.
Okay. I will go ahead and accept that provoke by trying to use Grasping Claws, which could be used as a melee basic attack against the giant. Damn, 14 versus Reflex.
He'll move. Like so. Attack Vellicity.
No, he misses. That is very rude, however. Fredegnev will take his minor to sustain against the stone giant, I think. Yeah, we should focus him down next. 30 versus reflex for 6 fire. And then he shall
Immediately just 5 of it.
What? Does he seem to be resistant against fire?
No, it's a thing he can do.
Oh, of
Once
course.
per enemy turn, he gets to reduce damage he takes. Because he has stony bones and he can turn and bend his body to put the stony parts in front.
Okay,
Strike
sure.
it with the flame, it hits a part that's a big part.
And then Velignev shall share Tiamat's support with Emmy if she so desires, by striking the giant and invoking, Divine Providence or something. 29 versus AC, first of all.
That misses.
Damn it. That should also be normal damage, not fire. He still takes half, which is 12.
Okay.
And Emmy can teleport adjacent to the target and make a melee basic attack as a free action. You may also spend a healing surge with a +4 bonus.
Okay. I'll teleport here.
It's a power you really use for the effect.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will make a melee basic attack, which I use my Grasping Claw, so not really my strong suit. That'll be a 25 versus armor class, which will miss.
Yeah.
And I spend a healing surge, which is let's see, that's a healing surge +4?
Yes.
Yeah, that's 26 plus 4 is 30 for me, so I'll heal 30 hit points. That'll take me up to 90. And I'm docked a healing surge, so I'm at 13. And you no longer have cover because I teleported away from you.
Yes. I realize that now. It's probably fine.
Probably fine.
You know what? Yeah, turning his move action into another minor, he's gonna activate his Iron Skin Belt.
Alright.
That'll be so.
Okay.
Missouri.
Well, the Missouri has seen who Velignev wants to focus on. That's fine. As a minor action, I will go ahead and spend 1 power point to augment Battle Mind's demand to mark the Hill Giant as well. A jerk.
Just demand.
That's right. You come over here. You look at me. As for the Stone Giant, I have 2 power points left. Yeah, I'll try. He said hesitantly, choosing to believe this would work. Why don't we... You know what, to hell with this giant. Done with him. As a standard action, psionic energy will cascade from Imizare and towards the stone giant to transform the stone into a statue of iron. This will be 34 versus fortitude.
That'll do it.
The stone giant is stunned and immune to all damage but psychic damage. Save ends both.
All right.
As the stone is encased with an iron.
Running up the body in black iron. It stiffens completely.
Mm-hmm. Now that since he is stunned and incapable of taking action, hold that thought. We can work this magic here. How about we trying to find some sort of
petrification?
Yes, if I were a cockatrice, you'd be onto something here.
Oh no.
Oh no. Let's see here. It's trying to find some way to get next to you and the hill giant. We'll just settle for getting here. That's fine by me. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right, well, I guess he has to save.
He gets a save.
No.
Range a statue. I will shift here. Not sure if that's something the stone giant is doing, or...
As the hill giant shifts, she teleports to be behind him.
Okay, well... Club.
That will miss.
Really wish his dragons were smaller. Maligneth.
Right, Maligneth, having gotten some space, will shoot a searing, blinding beam of fire at the hill giant. Searing light, 21 versus reflex.
21 just hits.
Great, 13 radiant, and he is blinded until the end of my next turn.
Oh no, not blinded.
Then move action to shift here, and then minor action to sustain his fiery frenzy. 30 for 11 fire.
The burn spread across that giant's back. To swing the club wildly, trying to hit something.
You know, good luck.
Sure.
Great. You just hang out there, stone giant. We'll get back to you in a moment. An unaugmented twisted eye attack against hill giant Thrakas. Turns out he's already blinded, so don't feel compelled to do that. That'll be a 23 versus armor class. Yuck.
Won't do it.
Damn it. Stupid hill giant hide.
Striking, ripping off like a piece that looked like skin, but it was just his leather pants or something.
It's hard to tell.
Ripped off his pants? No.
Ripped.
I know. Disgusting. On the bright side, he is blind. So I'll just go ahead and complete the move the rest of the way to get next to you again. Hooray. Yeah, that was with the mark anyway, so fuck, I didn't even get the +2. I forgot about that. I'm done with my turn.
You don't look marked.
Sure, that's true. Yeah.
And still
Okay.
It's the same
He's
result.
gonna swing wildly behind him with a -5. So
No.
never gonna hit anything. I don't think he can manage to move given his current situation.
Right. Maligneth will brand this guy for Emmy to strike it. 34. 13, and Emmy gets a +3 bonus to attack melee attack rolls.
Okay.
And then as a minor, he will sustain his fiery rage. 22 for 15.
This guy's no longer blind.
He is no longer blind.
See. Bad spot though.
My turn. 2 PowerPoint augmented twisted eye attack against the hill giant. 33 versus armor class.
It hits, yeah.
18 damage, and he's blinded again until the end of my next turn.
He sees and then he doesn't. Yeah, flash of lightning.
Yeah. An epiphany, and then... Nope. That'll be the end of my turn.
You know what, Grimmeth? Who needs a controller?
This guy still iron.
That's some sheep quality rolls right there.
-5. 28.
Against who?
20.
In Missouri.
Yeah, I have cover, but that will still hit me.
Alright.
Oh.
It's a wild. Maybe he just saw enough. Like,
Yeah.
before he was blind again.
Yeah, Emmy's already surprised. That was so accurate. Like, wow. Thud. Deducted the HP.
Right, he will continue. Or will he? Yes, he will strike them with Righteous Might. 26 versus AC. For 17 damage. Emmy gets a +3.
Okay.
And then minor action to sustain the onslaught. 38 for 13.
Oh my.
Fire.
Okay. Unaugmented Twisted Eye attack against the Hill Giant. And I need to keep in mind that the unaugmented Twisted Eye attack, when it hits, assigns a penalty to attack rolls equal to the number of the allies adjacent to it. So it would have had another -1. Oh well. So that'll be 39 versus armor class for 16 damage against the Hill Giant.
Yes. Hit.
Take your 16 damage. That'll be the end of her turn, other than like looking over at the stone giant, like, wow, she's awesome. This thing's still an iron.
Oh yeah, just in case. This thing is not blinded, I believe.
Nope, no longer blinded.
Get rid of the blind. Lucky for him. Well, let's see if he can have help. Nope. No, just iron statue.
Just 7 more turns and it'll be as bad as Valigneth.
Yeah.
Is that swings against Missouri?
Yeah, that does it. 21 damage.
Yeah.
Oof.
It'll shift over here.
The shifting will trigger her teleporting.
Mhm.
She will teleport here.
She basically tries to get in a better position here. Where is that? So
Yep.
The
I'm not
statue
bloodied
is
yet.
a
Yeah,
wall,
but
if nothing else. He probably begins to figure it's not the stone giant doing it. Really good.
Valigneth will minor action to sustain. 38. Come on, give me a 20.
Oh, fair.
6 fire. And then another Righteous Brand. 32 for 18. And Emmy gets a +3 and combat advantage from flanking.
Missouri.
Okay. Unaugmented Twisted Eye attack. That'll be a, let's see, +3, +2. That'll be a 28 versus armor class.
Yeah, that hit.
16 damage on the Hill Giant.
Crumbles. Onslaught, blow
So-
after blow after blow.
She like takes a deep breath, looks at the stone giant, looks at like her wounds, sort of like looks over at Valignus, or like shrugs and like walks over to like here. She like kind of waits. Didn't expect to be this awesome.
You know,
Any psychic damage on hand?
well, Valigneth will try to strike him. Because he has to sustain this.
Well,
And-
no damage.
No doubt.
As
Well-
you burn some of the iron, you know.
Well, surely if he shoots some fire at it.
I don't think any of my current basic at. No, No,
Malachi, does an 18 hit?
No.
Oh, sad. Okay.
Somehow, while he's stunned and made of iron.
all of my current at wills don't deal psychic damage. This was more of like, it's a setup thing for like Veristrix to be able to exploit. And also, I didn't expect him to fail this many saves in a row. So, I think Emizure says, we'll have to wait for the effect to end. You won't be able to harm him otherwise.
It's not going to stop Valigneth from gnawing at him anyways.
Yeah. And just passes her turn, like looking like up in amusement at the stone giant. This is
That's
great.
how somehow a 10-day was spent. Begins to wonder, does he actually turn back? Is this just...
Yeah, am I really just this awesome?
Let's just see how long it takes, shall we?
Well, That was gonna hit him. Surely, if he just strikes hard enough, he can.
Oh,
Oh, he makes it.
the fire had cracks and then he's out.
Well, he
Really
still loses his turn, so that's good.
He like slumps slightly over,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of time being iron.
He's gonna get smacked in the face. Another 19
That'll hit.
for 6 fire damage. And then another righteous brand.
Right. Before he was an iron statue, he had like an ally with him to support him, and
Yeah.
things just changed.
Now they're both dead. But he does not know fear, because he knows it is his task to simply serve.
Yes.
32 for 18.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Unaugmented twisted eye attack against the stone giant. A 37 versus armor class.
Definitely hits.
16 damage. She will not move.
Right. Well, he'll shift here.
Okay. She shifts. He shifts. She teleports here.
Well, he'll freeze him, Missouri, and swing the club. Because what else are you gonna do in this situation?
I will not hit.
Yes. Like this.
Right, minor 35 for 16.
Certainly is efficient.
Yeah, talk about return on investment on that daily.
That's like the spiritual hammer of D&D 3.
Yeah. And then a righteous brand for 1.
I mean, it's the versus reflex. Great.
Yeah.
Certainly hurt us. All right.
All right.
We'll stick with unaugmented twisted eye attacks for the time being against the stone giant. That'll be a 31 versus armor class.
Hits.
Okay. 18 damage.
Crack. Bloodied.
Aha! We've seen these creatures bloodied before. You will
Yes.
fall into powder.
Right.
Maybe.
But first,
Oh no. Don't
he
do it.
recovers his power.
Don't do it. You don't need that power.
Sweep.
Totally got this.
Yes, he will do the sweep first against both of you.
Son of a bitch. I never asked for that.
Missouri, then like that.
That will miss because of my cover.
That will miss because I'm awesome.
He swings around. And
Barely avoid.
he gets to shift 2.
He does. Let's see here. And an adjacent enemy marked by you shifts, and I teleport to any square adjacent to that triggering enemy.
Mm-hmm.
That enough will move. Minor action to continue striking him with fire. 30 on 9, and then another righteous brand in the crusade against giant kind, I suppose. That's righteous, right? 27.
Yeah, sure.
Miss.
Miss. Actually, it should be a 29 because flanking.
Still a miss.
Alright,
Let
fine.
me see. Made of
Yep.
stone.
They are made of stone.
Reflex, though, that's what you got.
Yeah.
In Missouri.
Yeah, we'll stick with unaugmented twisted eye attacks. 38 versus armor class. Good lord.
Go ahead.
19 damage.
Crack.
Not even being able to make use of my hammer rhythm ability because I'm not missing. I don't know how I feel about this. I end my
First
turn.
world problems.
I know.
Bring the club.
Me, not quite. I have cover.
Oh,
Whew.
bad attack and damage roll. He gives up
Fire.
moving here because it's clearly not working. We can imagine he's slowly moving south.
And then reflex is good, he realizes, so
Yeah.
He's not
gonna
very moved.
shift
you're not marked, so...
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Then he's gonna throw another Sacred Flame at him. 15?
That will not do it.
Damn it.
Well, this shit will be harder now that I no longer have combat advantage.
You'll be fine.
I mean, if I keep rolling in the high 30s, sure.
Missouri.
An augmented Twisted Eye attack. That'll be a 28, which will be a
Won't do
miss. Which means Hammer Rhythm, one of my Paragon feats, will come into effect. If I miss with a melee attack, and I wouldn't otherwise still deal damage, I deal damage equal to my Constitution modifier, which is 6.
That's pretty good.
See, I just wanted to let you use that feat.
Yeah. Imizure's like body is just like so powerful that even on a miss, cracks the stone.
If you can get a hit in.
Oh yeah, that hits me. I'm bloodied.
Marked.
And marked.
Something.
That's right. Alright. He shifts. That does warrant me the opportunity to teleport. It's not a shift. I will teleport using Blurred Stab. Whee!
And if we'll move closer.
Back in.
Yep. He needs to do his fiery attack again. 25, that would be.
25 just hits, yeah.
Okay, for 12 fire. Then as a minor action, some of the
Crumpling.
embers drifting over to Emmy, you can spend a healing surge plus 24. And
Are you a life cleric or what? Like,
Yeah.
is this vaunted D&D 5e campaign I keep hearing about?
It's the fires.
God.
It's the fires of life, and Willingham will also heal 5 because that's just what he does.
Yeah,
That's
I'm.
fair. Just double value.
I'm at full HP.
And then he shall strike with his standard action. 29.
Won't hit.
Okay. Well, that'll be sad.
Stupid HP sponges. Unaugmented Twisted Eye attack.
More of that sponge.
26, which means it misses, which means you'll take the 6 damage from my Hammer Rhythm.
Well, there's not much more in it.
I will pound you into stone and dirt.
Batter the giant into it. That's really when these giants fall. Like hill giants, you break them. The stone giants, you actually literally shatter them, right? Breaking their bodies into rubble, crumble, and fall. 3 giants destroyed. What used to protect the dam by itself was 3 giants.
Yeah.
2 of you have broken them.
Yeah, I mean, I only had to use half my dailies. How about you?
I still have 2.
Okay.
Although
Yeah.
one of them is very situational.
Yeah. Mizure like pounds and like rakes her claws through the dust that's now like flowing into the water. Like sighs. Slumps over.
Yeah, they're dead and broken.
Any sign of reinforcements coming? It's not like they called for any.
They're somewhat distance away from reinforcements.
Yeah.
Like basically, it's probably expected that these could take care of themselves for somewhat.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Given
I
that responsibility.
then
Not a weak unit of creatures.
then perhaps you'll like this. As we end up the session here, Sheep, as a final act of defiance, we have our short rest. Then Valignith and Imizure together pick up one of the bodies of the hill giants, carry it up above like Vokord's camp that he's made, and sling it down at him.
Yes, it's Goats 2.0.
That's what we'll do. We'll have the other hill giant to eat. That's our snack back at the Fane.
Mm-hmm. I'll put you here then.
Great.
Memory for the recap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Works for me.
So I can attack these guys. Dead. Killed. Action. Whew. Making a dent at this point.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
the giants actually killing stone giants, and some hill giants have fallen too. Ogres, goblins, hobgoblins. Attrition, really.
yeah, Emmy might be right saying that there's always going to be more giants. But now there's 4 less, and that's not a small number.
Yeah.
Like
Three
those
Johnsons.
mountain peaks are only that big. Like they physically cannot be infinite giants.
Yeah, that's when they send the more powerful ones down. It's like, well, the hierarchy is now you're the new lowest one. So
Yeah, I mean, the stone giants have to serve whatever function they're given. They must perform it. And there's not really a choice there. That's their lot in life. Hill giants too stupid. They're guardians of places that others don't care to defend.
unfortunately, it doesn't give us much room to since combat was initially engaged with the hierarchy. There's not much wiggle room with us with the stone giants. It's just they have their directive, and
They offered a lot of. They offered some chance, but then the accountants were killed.
yeah,
And that's not really something you like. That's pretty disrespectful, really.
yeah.
There, Dam was taken back. Not like it's important enough that they had hill giant protecting. It's a thing that they need to have, but it doesn't currently serve a big function.
Right.
It's more like on the principle of the thing, as they would see it. Dragons are in our domain.
Yeah. I can appreciate that.
As
Yeah.
the dragons would express the differing opinion of who's in whose domain.
Chief, it's been a while since we've had some rumbling like this. My goodness.
Yeah.
Some combats. Get to test out your powers. Got to see your powers at work.
Yeah. I've used a few of them for the first time.
Yeah. Nice for me to remember my hammer rhythm. Yay. And we had some pretty favorable rolls on our end, and some pretty unfortunate rolls for those giants. And being able to clobber the... Yeah.
Three.
Yeah.
But that sometimes fate rewards it. You didn't get pushed to what I would say is close to the edge, so
No.
yeah.
Yeah, we're flying creatures that can choose our ends, and they're pretty confident because, of course, they are. Because who can beat giants?
I mean, it's not. They probably haven't fought dragons before these giants. Like it's not every day you get to do that. It's not a thing that.
On the other hand, we actually have some experience fighting creatures bigger than us.
Yeah.
Fancy that. So, I've killed 4 giants, and like a swarm of goblins, those 2 ogres lived, so good for them. Did I orchestrate open conflict by this point between Elm and the Spellscarred Kingdom?
I was going to ask you.
I feel like
how
Jin
you-
should get the experience for that, honestly.
I feel very much like the adventurers urinating all over the camp, and then the camp retaliating by burning down one of the tree guards. I feel like I did it. It's mission accomplished.
I
for
think
me.
so too. It's
Yeah.
not going to de-escalate from this point. It's just a question of how the collateral falls out, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, the adventure's basically knocked. Like it was unsure before, but I feel like now it's
The
as
adventurers
adventurers
spoke
do.
for everyone else.
They kick the hornet's nest in various ways. Yeah, we'll mark that as a complete goal.
Nice. Feel good about that. Oh, that was some effort. Yeah.
Delaying until spring. Spring is soon. Yeah, I could imagine that will be done next time.
Cool.
Because unless, of course, like you're forced into a confrontation. But given that you're dragons and you can flee most of the time, like
Yeah.
helps a lot, right? But
Yeah. The fact that our opponents don't have wings really helps us. They're definitely faster than us, but we can fly.
flight is again, dragons are overpowered. That's kind of that's kind of what dragons are.
That's right.
Heavily
nice to-
armored, breath weapons of power, like super intelligent, got magic, got psionic powers, can fly. It's like live
Are you
forever.
calling us dragon Zeus?
Yeah. Where would that?
Marry dragons?
I will say,
They're
like,
characters. They were meant to be.
I will say that, like, sure, I'm powerful, but the stone giant stayed in iron for like 6 fucking turns or something. So
I did enjoy how you were like, oh, okay, Valiant wants to focus that guy. Let me make him invulnerable.
Yeah, it's like I thought about how powerful the stone giant is, and like completely in like removing our ability to like shift around and like directing the hill giant. And I was like, "Fuck this guy!" I figured we would get like a turn,
Yeah.
And then I just didn't want the hill giant to beat on you while the stone giant was keeping me locked down. Well, that certainly didn't happen.
Yeah. I just imagine how vibrant this map's going to be next time when the snow melts. Huh.
Wow. Back to its lushness. Might even be more lush because of all the mudslides and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of mud in the valley. Lots of mud. Thick, heavy flowing mud.
Mud. All right.
Other beings might not anticipate.
I feel pretty accomplished doing that. We do have a stepping stone towards accessing the knowledge of Redenseer there. Like there's some, there's a basis on which to establish further communication if your interaction with that stupid copper dragon goes south.
Yeah, we certainly have options there, but I'm gonna be honest, I really do not care for the people in Redenseer. I do care a little bit for the copper. And the potential that he, implicitly promises.
Plenty of folks promise potential, right?
If my plans work as they are intended to, which they probably won't, that'd be great.
No plan survives contact with the player characters, and that's the adventurers, right?
Yeah, it's true.
If Jin sets his mind...
adventure. No.
If I just paid Jin enough money to hunt down Harris Chen.
I'm also going to be honest. The people from Redenseer paying us to kill someone else, that rubs me the wrong way. It's like us doing the dirty work for them.
That bothers you? That delights me. I love that. That's great.
It's exactly the opposite for me. Like, we're not mercenaries.
I don't feel like a mercenary at all. That's great. They come all the way out of their way, those tight-assed, like worshippers of Agma, to like, oh fuck, we need help. And that overture there is but an opening of the door in which, if you were a bone devil, you just walk through the crack and just keep widening it and widening that, and I'll channel my inner Bessarek.
I think that's a bad idea.
So yeah, in that aspect, you and I are diametrically opposed to that. I think it's great. You no.
I mean, if that copper turns out to be, a giant asshole and my plan just doesn't work, I'll be happy to go along with the people from Redenseer.
Things work out. One way or the other.
Win-win situations are good. And on that note, I'm gonna stop the stream, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope it actually worked, but considering there were people in chat, I think it did. Also, with a single word, someone in chat actually helped me a lot. The word I was looking for earlier is vassals.
Hmm.
Yes. I'm looking forward to that meeting. Initially, I only wanted to use it to make contact with the Cult of the Dragon and Elversold. But I'm just gonna invite everyone and basically,
Yeah. Now everyone can know where the dragons meet, where their hub of operations is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Well, not everyone, but everyone who's sort of maybe positive towards us.
Is Jin gonna be there?
No.
I mean, Jin took action against Varistrig, so hard to say yes.
I mean, he still wants to kill a dragon. It's on his list.
Yeah, it's hard to say yes.
To do.
But he doesn't. We don't have to be the dragons he wants to kill. It could be the copper one.
I mean, technically, yeah. He's not super motivated to kill you.
If, say, I offered him a chest of 4,000 gold pieces, you say? Yeah. He is wealthy, so it is hard to sway him.
He doesn't really need money as much as he wants. Well, to be a famous, beloved hero, but he's also smart, so, He'll do. Jin does what's best for Jin.
I really gotta cut it short here. So, bye stream.
Bye.